Chapter 2209. On the warship, Zi Tianzuan was also shocked. He stared at the figure in the void in a daze. His eyes were filled with excitement and envy. He said softly, "Fourth brother, you have accepted a good disciple. It would be great if you could see it with your own eyes right now. He has broken through. Our barren country's rock emperor has broken through to the Saint Realm." Not far away, in the crowd, Lord North vanquishing North trembled. He was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. His cheap grandson had advanced step by step. Now that he had stepped into the Saint Realm and stood at the top of the world, how could he not be excited? Our barren country will prosper. The ancestors of the Du family are here. Lord South vanquishing South and the elders of the Du family were all trembling with joy. They were so excited that they cried. Compared to Lord North vanquishing South and Lord North vanquishing South, Qin Yanlong's face was extremely gloomy. Even Qin Tiangu's face did not look good. He had resisted the divine punishment and stepped into the Saint Realm 3 times. This proved that Du Xiaofu had surpassed those rare invincible sovereigns in ancient times. He was a truly invincible existence. It would not be long before he would be the only one in the world. This was the result that Qin Tiangu and Qin Yanlong did not want to see. It was also the result that they were most afraid of. In the end, the purple gold lightning in Du Xiaofu's eyes disappeared. His eyes became clear again. His aura was calm, revealing a sense of perfection. Then, Du Xiaofu looked at the city in the sky. At this moment, he was separated by an invisible barrier. There were 2 beautiful figures there. They were what he had been thinking about day and night. Boom! Suddenly, a bright light surged in the void, shaking the void. A banner emitted a dazzling light and expanded in the wind. On the banner, there were shadows of the sun, moon, and stars rotating. There was a vast energy of heaven and earth. The invisible aura made people's hearts jump. It made the weapons of the living beings present tremble for no reason. It was as if they wanted to rush out and worship the banner. This was the magic saint banner, and it had appeared again. Qin Yanlong attacked again. He could not let this go. This disaster must not exist. No matter what, he had to stop it and kill it. The banner unfolded. The stars rotated. Energy fluctuated and burst out light. The terrifying Warlock Saint flag appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. The Warlock Saint flag spread out majestically, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying phenomenon. It swept toward Du Xiaofu, wanting to envelop Du Xiaofu. The Warlock Saint flag was too powerful. It was the most important treasure of legalism. That terrifying chi swept across the sky like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens, trying to suppress everything. A woo! Buzz! At the same time, the roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of birds and turtles, could be heard from within the Warlock Saint flag. Wind and thunder resounded. Immediately after, the purple gold radiance filled the sky, and the silver gold sword radiance swept across. 2 vast waves of pressure swept out, causing the vast spread of the Warlock Saint flag to suddenly be obstructed. A purple gold broadsword flew out from the Sorcerer Saint flag, bringing along the illusions of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The silver gold longsword clanged with wind and thunder. Thousands of sword radiances swept out and erupted, shocking one's mind. This was the purple gold heavenly palace and the Daluo sword formation. Originally, because Du Xiaofu was exhausted, they attacked on their own and were suppressed by Qin Yanlong with the Warlock Saint flag. However, they were not refined by Qin Yanlong. Now that Du Xiaofu had recovered, he used his own strength to activate the purple gold heavenly palace and the Daluo sword formation, instantly blocking the Warlock Saint flag. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure drifted across the void like a god. He directly broke away from the Warlock Saint flag's envelopment and rushed toward Qin Yanlong. This change caused Qin Yanlong's expression to change. However, Qin Yanlong was a saint. In an instant, the void behind him collapsed, and his aura erupted. Stormy waves surged, and endless spatial waves swept out, dyeing the sky resplendent. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire void distorted, and the phenomenon changed. With Qin Yanlong as the center, the surrounding void surged, and the pressure was vast. Divine birds flapped their wings and ferocious beasts roared. Dazzling light, sky-splitting astral winds, the sun, moon, and stars rotated, and mountains and rivers rumbled. These terrifying phenomena were evolving into a world. The scene was terrifying. Rumble. Qin Yanlong used all his strength. Accompanied by the saint's might, the resplendent talisman runes in his body also surged out instantly, and his martial meridians surged. Moo! The roar of a beast shook the sky. The Ho beast reappeared, and a destructive aura swept out. In just an instant, Qin Yanlong used all his strength. His martial meridians, Dharma techniques, and meridian spirits were all activated. Qin Yanlong could feel Du Xiaofu's current strength, and even faintly made him feel uneasy. Therefore, he used all his strength, wanting to take advantage of the fact that Du Xiaofu had just broken through to kill him before he stabilized. This old bastard is launching a sneak attack again. Damn that old bastard! Du Xiaoqin cursed, not caring about her image at all. Legalism. Qin Yanlong was too shameless. He launched sneak attacks again and again. He was simply shameless to the extreme. Rumble. Dharma techniques, martial meridians, meridian spirits, and saint's might. Qin Yanlong used all his strength, and his murderous intent was overflowing. Qin Yanlong used all his means. His power overlapped and released a violent momentum. Suddenly, the talisman runes above the void spread out a frenzy of energy like waves, shaking the sky and the plains, and shocking all living creatures. Such power and energy soared into the sky, rolling up thousands of feet high. The momentum collapsed, drowning the void. The talisman runes were vast and dazzling, as if they were burning with divine fire. Du Xiaofu's figure did not stop. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the golden rock wings on his back expanded. The golden talisman runes were endless, as if a golden cloud was expanding in the sky. It carried the infinite domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan, and it was surging awe-inspiring. Screech! At this moment, the expanded golden rock wings covered the void, and its domineering aura shook the surroundings. The sky was like a sea of golden light, and the faint cry of a rock could be heard. The golden talisman runes spread densely, and it was so dazzling that it made the surrounding world dim. Even the old monster of the green fox narrowed his eyes, finding it too dazzling to look at. Under everyone's gaze, the golden rock flapped its golden rock wings, which were like clouds in the sky, and an overbearing aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was the rock flying in the sky. It flapped its wings, and the light was dazzling. The blazing golden light connected the city, and the invisible power imprisoned the void. Bang, 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 at this moment, when the golden rock flapped its golden rock wings, an unparalleled golden light burst out. The divine birds and ferocious beasts in the space trembled and exploded, and the illusory images of the sun, the moon, and stars were shattered. The strange phenomena dissipated, and the void sank, and everything turned into a vacuum. We are both in the saint realm, but you can't withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu's voice was cold, and his aura was surging and terrifying, making the void tremble. On the golden rock wings behind him, golden talisman runes covered half of the sky, as if they had become one with the world. The supreme power of the saint filled the air, and he looked at Qin Yanlong's bloodline soul, the Ho. It was too fast. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the huge fey beast, and an unparalleled overbearing aura burst out. A terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body, and he threw out a punch. It was clean and neat, as fast as lightning, and as powerful as thunder. This punch was wrapped in golden light, and it faintly carried the sound of a dragon roaring in the sky and a divine elephant trumpeting. It looked down in all directions. Bang! The terrifying fey beast's eyes were suddenly filled with horror. The punch landed between its eyebrows, and it was unable to dodge. It directly pierced through, and the huge body of the beast, which was like a living thing, turned into a large number of dazzling broken talisman runes and runes. With one punch, the terrifying hoe collapsed inch by inch, and it could not withstand a single blow. This result caused everyone to be overwhelmed with shock and horror. They couldn't help but feel as if they couldn't breathe. Chapter 22:10. Qin Yunlong spat out a mouthful of blood. His meridian soul was destroyed. This kind of heavy injury was too heavy, causing his eyes to be filled with shock and disbelief. We're both in the saint realm, but you no longer have the ability to flaunt your seniority. You're so weak. After smashing Qin Yunlong's meridian soul with one punch, Du Xiaofu's figure didn't stop at all. He shouted with irresistible force. His eyes were extremely cold, and the cold light in his eyes was as frightening as the edge of a blade. The rock flapped its golden wings and swooped down, crossing the void and reaching Qin Yunlong in an instant. Boom! With the rock's golden wings on his back, such a figure was fierce and domineering, about to shatter the void. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body was covered with golden light. His aura was terrifying. Sizzle, it was too fast. Even the old monster Green Fox felt that the speed of the rock was too fast. Sizzle, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Qin Yanlong and stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers curled slightly and golden light erupted. Dazzling talisman patterns wreaked havoc like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. At this moment, a domineering and fierce aura swept across the sky. Everyone felt their meridian soul trembling as if they were facing a king. The demonic beast souls trembled and prostrated themselves. This was Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw. At this moment, when Du Xiaofu used it with his cultivation strength, the sky was overturned and the sky was surging. The dazzling golden light and domineering will made Du Xiaofu the only one in the void. Such power made all the creatures look horrified and their hair stand on end. Even the Saint Realm cultivators were shocked. Just one claw was so terrifying. Qin Yunlong, who was spitting out blood, was horrified. The talisman patterns in front of him intertwined and turned into a light curtain, trying to block this attack. However, Du Xiaofu's attack was too terrifying. It was extremely domineering and resonated with heaven and earth. The domineering will swept out as if it had mobilized the power of heaven and earth and imprisoned this part of the void. With a sizzling sound, the light in front of Qin Yanlong shattered. It was like a hot knife through butter, destroying everything in its path. The golden claw print seemed to distort the entire universe. In an instant, it shrouded Qin Yunlong, who was spitting out blood again, and imprisoned him. Then, everyone's hair stood on end. Du Xiaofu's claw landed on Qin Yanlong's neck and held him in his hand. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone was dumbstruck. Qin Yunlong's, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Sky City was currently filled with people. More and more direct disciples of the school of legalism emerged from the spatial wormhole. The legalism's eyes of the world, secteschin of do of the heaven of the of the of his. His tall and straight figure was surrounded by golden light. His domineering aura surged, making one's soul tremble. At this moment, Qin Yunlong's mouth was bleeding profusely. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood and his face was pale. In the depths of his eyes, there was shock and fear. Qin Yunlong's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could he believe that he would be defeated in a single blow after everything that had happened? Legalism's divine ancestor can't withstand a single blow. The Rock Emperor is invincible. He will kill all his enemies. The desolate country's army was shocked. Everyone was overjoyed as their blood boiled. The Rock Emperor is invincible. He will kill all his enemies. Cheers and shouts spread and soared into the clouds. The desolate country's army had been on tenterhooks since the beginning of the battle. Now that they saw the dignified legalism's divine ancestor unable to withstand a single blow, the desolate country's army erupted in excitement. The 18 celestial guards, Gui Che, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Phantom, Blood-Vine Spirit, Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianshao, General, and Dongli Diao all had resplendent eyes as their auras trembled. Rumble, however, at this moment, Du Xiaofu did not waste any time. He lifted Qin Yunlong, who was vomiting blood, and a golden light erupted. Suddenly, he threw Qin Yunlong in his hand like he was throwing a rock at the city in the sky. Chi la la, creak. Creak, under that terrifying force, the space where Qin Yunlong's body passed shattered inch by inch. Blood continued to spurt from his mouth as he charged towards the city in the sky like a comet. Qin Tiangu's expression changed. There was a spatial barrier that he had set up there. His eyes darkened as he immediately withdrew the barrier. Using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. Qin Tiangu knew very well that this was done deliberately by Du Xiaofu. He wanted to use Qin Yunlong's physical body to break through the barrier. If he did not withdraw it, Qin Yunlong's fate would be unimaginable. Bang, the invisible spatial barrier was dissolved. Qin Yunlong's body charged into the city in the sky like a bomb, shattering a large area of the city walls and buildings. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Huge rocks fell and turned into a large area of ruins. Qin Yunlong was buried in the rubble. No one knew if he was dead or alive. He won. Xiaofu won. The North vanquishing prince, the South vanquishing prince, and the old man from the Du family were trembling with tears in their eyes. He won. The Rock Emperor won. The Rock Emperor is invincible. He will kill all enemies. Such a shout was like thunder. It rushed into the sky from the desolate country's army, and its aura shook the heavens. Gulp. Gulp, the crowd of spectators in the distance gulped and swallowed their saliva. They were shocked to the extreme. The dignified divine ancestor of legalism, one of the top existences in the world, could not even withstand a single blow. Looking at the tall figure in the void, all the onlookers were shocked. Such a demon king had turned the tables. He had defied the heavens and stepped into the saint realm. He was incomparably ferocious and terrifying. He could explode and kill all enemies. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe raised his eyes and looked at the tall and straight figure. A greenish-yellow light flickered in his eyes. Apart from being shocked, there was also a sense of relief. Perhaps one day, he would regret his decision to follow such a junior. He is invincible. He is invincible. Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, Nether Demon, Dugu Fenshin, Yelu Han, and Dongfang Qingmu were all talking to themselves at this moment. They were arrogant and proud. However, at this moment, looking at the tall figure in the sky, they were in awe. In front of that figure, there was no arrogance to speak of. Father is so powerful. Little Xingxing waved his fists in joy. This guy, how can he be so abnormal? Du Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and was shocked. Du Tingxian held the divine thunder spear tightly. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. I've won. Du Xiaofu stepped into the sky and looked at Qin Tiangu in the distance. As his voice fell, he looked at the city in the sky and stepped into the sky. Hearing this, Qin Tiangu's eyes were filled with emotions. However, his expression was normal and nothing could be seen. However, his silent expression secretly affected this side of the world, making all the living creatures feel inexplicably depressed. Du Xiaofu did not kill Qin Tianglong directly. Although he wanted to, he knew that he could not do so today. If he could successfully take his mother and Xiaojing back, everything would be fine. Swish, Du Xiaofu didn't bother with Qin Tiangu. His gaze was fixed on the two silhouettes on the city wall. As they walked, the space around them shrank, and the golden wings of the great rock vanished. Chapter 22:11. Qi La, the heavenly palace of purple gold and the Daluo sword formation retreated from the legalism saint flag. They did not continue to be in a stalemate with the legalism saint flag. They turned into two bolts of lightning and shot into Du Xiaofu's glabella and palm. Looking at such a man walking over, all the legalism disciples in Sky City trembled. They trembled for no reason and their bodies trembled. Han Aodong looked at the tall young man walking over with a smile on her face. However, her eyes could not help but feel a little sour. It was as if she wanted to cry, but she held it back. Tears welled up in her eyes. Du Xiaofu soared into the air. After a few steps, he arrived in front of Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing. This time, Du Xiaofu was not agitated or excited. Compared to the first time they had met, they were more familiar with each other. This was because they were connected by blood. "Brother!" Du Xiaojing called out. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. It was very touching. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at Du Xiaojing and raised his hand to stroke the few strands of hair on her beautiful face. Suddenly, a white but warm hand gently landed on Du Xiaofu's face. The hand was trembling slightly, and it was very careful, as if it was afraid that the slightest bit of force would cause Du Xiaofu's face to shatter. Du Xiaofu looked back at the beautiful woman in front of him. Their eyes met, and the surroundings were silent. "Mother, Father and I are here to bring you home," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. His voice was calm, but it reverberated in all directions. It was loud enough for all living beings to hear clearly. "So that's the Demon King Du Xiaofu's mother." Among the spectators in the distance, some who did not know what was going on finally understood and were shocked. They had long heard of the relationship between the Demon King Du Xiaofu and the legalism. They had always thought that it was just a legend. If it was true, why would the legalism insist on killing the Demon King Du Xiaofu? After all, they were connected by blood. But at this moment, they didn't expect the legend to be true. No wonder the Demon King Du Xiaofu wasn't polite to legalism. The entire Huang nation is here to welcome the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess. On the warship, Zhen Qingchun, the child of Sacred Array, held the Lord of Legalism in his hand and looked at the city in the sky. His voice spread out in all directions. The entire Huang nation welcomes the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess. Welcome, Empress Dowager and eldest princess. At that moment, on the warship, the desolate country's army saluted in unison. Their shouts were like a tidal wave that soared into the clouds. Their auras fluctuated and filled the sky plains. The Green Fox Demon, Yi Piaoling, Mo Tianxiao, Ming Yao, Lian Qingrong, Gue Che, Silver-Winged Demonic Eagle, Phantom, Qian Guyu, Blood Vine, and the others stood in unison. Their auras surged and shook the void. Such a mighty voice made the disciples of legalism in the city in the sky look at each other and tremble in fear. Looking at the formation of the Huang nation's army, these disciples of legalism understood that the people they had looked down on not long ago and regarded as ants in the outside world had now surpassed legalism. Among their peers, legalism was no match for a group of supreme talents. Qin Tiangu stood in the void. His expression was calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of brilliance. Listening to the mighty voices in the sky plains, Han Aodong looked ahead. Her eyes trembled, but her beautiful face was full of smiles. Then, Han Aodong's gaze landed in front of the Han army. At that moment, there was a handsome middle-aged man standing in the void, covered in lightning armor and holding a long spear. She could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. They slid down her cheeks and her vision began to blur. However, the smile on her face grew even wider, moving one's soul. Mother, father is waiting for us. Let's go home. Du Xiaofu said. Looking at the smile on his mother's face, his heart was filled with warmth. All the hardships he had suffered over the years were worth it at this moment. Yes, let's go home. Han Aodong's beautiful face revealed a smile. Her aura was still supreme, making it impossible for anyone to provoke or offend her. Boom! Suddenly, the ground in the Sky City shook. Huge rocks shot out from the pile of ruins, creating a dazzling scene. A monstrous aura soared into the sky. Qin Yanlong's figure rushed out from the ruins. His originally battered and bloody body once again erupted with an aura that was comparable to his peak. The light in his eyes surged and his hair fluttered in the wind. The aura on his body materialized and shook the sky plains. Divine Ancestor! The disciples of legalism exclaimed. Then, they were pleasantly surprised. Their divine ancestor stood up again. It seemed that he was going to reverse the situation. He was very fast. As Qin Yanlong rushed out, the void around him became silent and solidified. Wind and thunder roared. It was an extremely strange scene. Buzz! In an instant, an ancient sword with patterns appeared in Qin Yanlong's hand. The mysterious runes on the sword were dazzling. They condensed into illusory sword radiance one after another. Shocking fluctuations spread out. Oh no, Qin Yanlong seems to be using some kind of powerful secret method. The old monster of green fox's expression changed. He could feel that Qin Yanlong's aura was much more powerful than when he activated a spell. His aura was so powerful that it was vast and mighty. It was enough to crush cultivators of the same level. Little bastard, do you really think you have one? This is my real trump card. Qin Yanlong's gloomy and ear-piercing voice traveled across the void with an incomparably terrifying aura. His body was like an arrow leaving the bow. The ancient sword in his hand buzzed with wind and thunder. A vast power was released to distort the surrounding space. The terrifying sword intent spread out. The light was as dazzling as the sun. It was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Whoosh, whoosh, the sword radiance soared into the sky, leaving countless afterimages. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into tens of thousands of sharp sword shadows. The space along the way was immediately torn apart, leaving behind pitch-black spatial traces. That old bastard is still alive. Du Xiaoyao's face turned solemn in the face of such terrifying power. He could feel that the sword radiance was too powerful. It contained the power of heaven and earth. It was vast and boundless. Rumble. The sword radiance swept out. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed. The wind and clouds surged. Faint lightning flashed and thunder roared. The terrifying sword aura swept out and destroyed a large area of the void. The vast destructive power spread out. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. So powerful. Mo Tianxiao, Elder Lei, Dugu Fenchen, and the others looked at the terrifying sword radiance in the void in front of them with solemn eyes. At this moment, the power that Qin Yanlong brought out was much more powerful than when he activated the spell and the Warlock Saint flag. Little bastard, go to hell. Qin Yanlong's voice was like thunder. His killing intent surged. His face was ferocious. He activated the terrifying sword radiance, which caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The space in the sky cracked with pitch-black spiderweb-like cracks. The void was directly split open as if it was tofu. The terrifying destructive power spread out in all directions in an arc of light. The sword radiance was monstrous. It covered the sky like an inescapable net. Cracks spread out rapidly like spiderwebs. Chapter 22:12. The vast space was destroyed and turned into a pitch-black void, enveloping Du Xiaofu, Han Aodong, and Du Xiaojing. Such a sword ray was too terrifying. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes, and a purplish gold color suddenly rushed out from his eyes. At this moment, his expression was cold and stern. Boom! However, at that moment, the void suddenly trembled and purple lightning rushed out. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Du Xiaojing had made her move. Her clear eyes were instantly filled with purplish gold lightning. The thunder martial meridians were densely packed and her aura was murderous. She formed a hand seal and light lingered on her slender fingertips. Mysterious runes surged and turned into an illusory longsword. At that moment, Du Xiaojing was as graceful as a swan, like an immortal. Her beauty was stunning. She held a long sword in her hand and her dress fluttered in the wind. She did not look like a mortal, but her divine power was overwhelming and murderous. Facing Qin Yanlong's terrifying destructive sword ray, Du Xiaojing's expression did not change. She shot out and did not retreat. Instead, she advanced and directly collided with it. At that moment, even Du Xiaofu secretly frowned. The sword move that Qin Yanlong had used was not to be underestimated. It was much more powerful than the combination of a spell and the warlock saint flag. Everyone's eyes trembled. At that moment, they all secretly gasped for Du Xiaojing. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the speed was very fast. That dreadful sword light swept across the sky and erupted with earth-shattering piercing sounds of wind breaking. The entire space was trembling. Spatial ripples and cracks spread out rapidly like a spider web. They were about to engulf Du Xiaojing's body. However, it was also at this moment that a shocking scene appeared amidst the astonishment of all the living beings present. Crack 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 crack, the monstrous sword ray swept out. Just as it was about to engulf Du Xiaojing, it suddenly collapsed inch by inch. The vast destructive power dissipated in an instant. It was like a resounding battle song that suddenly stopped at its most surging and boiling point, making it difficult for people to recover from their shock. The monstrous sword radiance shattered and the void sank. It extended all the way to Qin Yanlong. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The monstrous aura on his body, which seemed to have reversed, directly shriveled up like an exploding balloon. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood like a blood arrow. Pfff, Qin Yanlong's face was deathly pale and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were lifeless as he shook his head repeatedly. Why is this happening? Why? Do you really think that I would hand over the sword art to legalism? A faint voice rang in Qin Yanlong's ears. The graceful and fairy-like figure had already arrived before him. The sword shadow condensed from the mysterious runes of the talisman in her hand slashed out, and a series of earth-shattering sword cries resounded throughout the area. Swish! Swish! In an instant, tens of thousands of sword rays burst out, turning into tens of thousands of sword rays that seemed to cover the sky and the sun. As the tens of thousands of sword rays swept across, the space suddenly exploded. Each sword ray directly split open a pitch-black spatial crack, accompanied by purple thunderbolts that filled the void. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. Purple thunderbolts shuttled across the sky. The sword radiance was monstrous, the space exploded, and the terrifying sword shadow swept across. A terrifying energy storm immediately swept out like a hurricane. Crack! Sword radiance shot out from both inside and outside the Sky City. Wherever the terrifying energy storm swept, the earth cracked and collapsed. The Sky City collapsed. The aura was monstrous, the runes were blazing, and the purple thunderbolts descended. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Ku, Ku, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe was stunned and secretly gasped. This sword move seemed to be the same as Qin Yanlong's, but its power seemed to be more powerful than Qin Yanlong's. It even contained the power of heaven and earth and resonated with heaven and earth. This seemed to be the orthodox sword move. When the terrifying energy storm spread to a certain range, it came to a sudden stop and silently disappeared from the world. The void recovered in an instant. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaojing appeared in front of Qin Yanlong. The illusory sword radiance in his hand pierced into Qin Yanlong's chest. No blood flowed out, but the wound was densely covered with purple-gold thunderbolts. I've checked. The sword technique is not fake. Why? Qin Yanlong stared at Du Xiaojing. His eyes were white, as if he was still puzzled and refused to believe it. It's not easy to deceive you, but you're too greedy. The first part of the sword technique is real, but I made some changes to the last killing move. You're too happy to see the treasure. How could you think of that? There's nothing wrong with you performing the sword technique, but when you perform the last killing move, you'll go mad and your tendons and meridians will be broken. As the sound of his voice rang out, the talisman sword in Du Xiaojing's hand vanished. He turned and left. His eyes regained their clarity like the stars, and his ink-black hair cascaded down from the back of his head. He was as transcendent as an immortal, transcending the mortal world. I've just demonstrated the last killing move to you. You won't be able to use it again in your life. Du Xiaojing continued in a calm voice. Bang, 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 as Du Xiaojing's voice fell, a low muffled sound came from Qin Yanlong's body. It was the sound of his meridians being broken. At the same time, blood flowed backward from Qin Yanlong's acupuncture points. Sword radiance rushed out from his body. At this moment, Qin Yanlong's eyes became ferocious and terrifying, and they turned blood red. His meridians are broken and he's going mad. The old monster Green Fox, Mo Tianxiao, Elder Lei, and the others looked into the distance and were shocked. They could see that Qin Yanlong's meridians were broken and he was going mad. Bang, finally, Qin Yanlong's body exploded. A vast energy swept out, and the collision caused the space to collapse inch by inch. Rumble, the surrounding space fragments shot out like powder. Wherever the energy passed, a vast void space was revealed, and then it slowly merged. I hate it, I hate it. When his body exploded, Qin Yanlong's sinister voice seemed to come from hell. It echoed in the void and was extremely terrifying. A beam of dazzling light shot out from the void that had exploded. The light was dazzling and contained an invisible force. It transformed into the illusory body of Qin Ming Long, and the invisible aura caused the spirits of everyone present to tremble. You bitch! Legalism has treated you well. Why did you do this? Why did you do this to me? The eyes of the illusory body of Qin Yanlong were extremely sinister. His face was distorted to the point of collapse and madness. Strange phenomena surged in the sky. It was incomparably vast. My brother dug out his heart. I felt the pain. You humiliated and bullied my brother time and time again. You tried to kill him time and time again. You separated my family. You separated my family. I endured it because of my mother. Chapter 22:13. Is the school of legalism really treating me well? The so-called treated me well is because I was born as a holy venerate and wanted to be used by legalism. If I had been mediocre, I would have died in my infancy. Du Xiaojing's footsteps came to a halt as she turned to look at Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit. Her voice echoed throughout Sky City as she said, on account of how legalism has treated me well, I did not do it myself. I also did not set you up. It was you who wanted to kill my brother. It was you who destroyed your own primordial spirit. From now on, legalism and I are even. I hope we never meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Xiaojing's figure flashed across the sky and landed beside Du Xiaofu and Han Aodong. Gulp, however, at this moment, Du Xiaojing's words stunned everyone present. Some people secretly swallowed their saliva. That old Qin Yunlong's meridians are broken and he has gone mad. His physical body has been destroyed. The first princess is amazing. The first princess's move is too beautiful. That old man Qin Yunlong will never be able to recover. This old bastard, this is even worse than killing him. The desolate country's army was in an uproar. They were all overjoyed. Hearing those words, it was not difficult to guess that the first princess, Du Xiaojing, had set Qin Yunlong up and destroyed his physical body, leaving behind a primordial spirit. He would never be able to recover. For a Saint Realm expert, this was worse than death. Ah, the sound waves were like thunder. Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit roared, shaking the void. The vast and surging power of the primordial spirit swept through the entire sky plains, causing everyone to tremble. Those who were weaker felt their souls tremble and their minds were about to explode. At this moment, everyone could feel Qin Yunlong's hatred. It was a hatred that seeped into his bones. Qin Yunlong broke down and went crazy. He was furious. He had never thought that he would end up like this. In the end, he had been set up by Du Xiaojing and destroyed his own physical body. From now on, it would be difficult for him to improve. Han Aodong looked at Qin Yunlong's crazy primordial spirit body in the void behind her. She felt a little helpless. Then, her expression returned to normal. The purplish gold light in Du Xiaofu's eyes slowly receded as he watched Qin Yunlong's crazed soul. He said softly, "One can survive a heaven-sent disaster, but one cannot survive a self-inflicted disaster." The void rippled, and a figure appeared in the air. Du Tingxuan's figure walked over from the front. The divine thunder spear on his body disappeared, and so did the divine thunder armor on his body. Du Tingxian walked over calmly, but there was an invisible pressure of heaven and earth fluctuating around him. Du Tingxuan's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was vigorous and handsome. As he stood in front of him, his footsteps slowed down. On his handsome face, Du Tingxian looked at Han Aodong. His sharp eyes became gentle at this moment. He was a little excited and a little nervous. "After so many years, you are still so beautiful. Xiaojing takes after you. I wonder which family will be so lucky in the future." Du Tingxian spoke. He waved his hand and stroked his chin. He looked at Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing and smiled. Du Tingxuan's lips were thin. He looked at Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing and smiled very sincerely. "After so many years, you still haven't changed." Han Aodong looked at the man in front of her. He walked out slowly. His gaze was very calm, so calm that it was as if they were together every day. They did not seem like a couple who had been separated for decades. Du Xiaojing's eyes flickered. Only she knew that her mother had been waiting for this day every day. She had been waiting for the day when the family would be reunited. She had been imagining the scene of the family being reunited every day, so she was very calm at this moment. Because this scene had been fantasized in his mother's mind every day. "I came a little late, but I'm finally here. Our son and I are here to pick you up." Du Tingxian looked into Han Aodong's eyes. There were some emotions in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "I've let you and our daughter suffer. You are the ones who suffered." Han Aodong looked at Du Tingxian. Her smile was calm, but her eyes could not help but moisten. She reached out and held Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaojing's hands. She looked at Du Tingxian and said, "Everything is fine now. Let's go home and talk." "Okay, let's go home and talk." Du Tingxian nodded his head vigorously. "Let's go home." Du Xiaofu also had a smile on his face. Qin Yanlong was no longer a concern in the future. He did not want to have any entanglements with legalism in the future. It was enough for the family to be reunited. "Why do I feel a little sad?" Zhen Qingchun looked at the family of four in front of him and whispered. "Finally, the family is reunited. Xiaojing and third aunt are here." Du Xiaoman said softly. Her eyes had become moist at some point in time. At this moment, those who knew Du Xiaofu well felt sad. They were well aware of what kind of stories Du Xiaofu had gone through and what kind of trials he had gone through. Many of the elders of the Du family, such as the North Vanquishing Prince and the South Vanquishing Prince, who knew the family well, felt even more sour. They were the rulers of the area, but at this moment, there were traces of tears in the corners of their eyes. Ha 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 ha, suddenly, just as the family of four was reunited, such laughter reverberated. It was deafening like thunder. Accompanied by such laughter, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the entire sky plane. Dark clouds gathered, runes appeared, and bloody light surged. Crackle, within the dark clouds, there were streaks of black lightning. The wind blew, the clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked up. That was Qin Tiangu laughing, but everyone could hear the monstrous anger contained in that laughter. This anger was like the anger of the heavens that caused a phenomenon in the sky. It was a sign that something big was about to happen. Master Flamespark's eyes shined brightly. At this moment, his aura quietly surged. What a family reunion, what a family of four. Such a voice came out from Qin Tiangu's mouth, and that terrifying laughter stopped. He looked at the family of four, Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, and Han Aodong. His originally calm face suddenly turned pale, as if there was no blood in it. His eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. Qin Tiangu, legalism has lost. Are you going back on your words? Master Flamespark spoke. Red-blue flames and lightning spread out from his body. His aura became boundless and incomparably hot. Master Flamespark was warning that if Qin Tiangu did anything strange, he would not hesitate to attack. That's right. That kid did win. Their family is reunited. Qin Tiangu's eyes were cold and sharp. He said, but, what a cruel girl. She made my ancestor fall into such a state. His meridians were broken, and he went mad. How cruel. Chapter 22:14. Qin Tiangu stared at the family of four. Qin Yanlong's meridians were broken because of himself, and he had gone mad. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. A Saint Realm expert who was about to step into the middle stage of the Saint Realm had his body destroyed and only his primordial spirit left. It was a great loss. When legalism was at its peak, it was difficult to produce a single saint in the end even though there were so many prides. Now that a Saint Realm expert's body was destroyed, it was a great loss. Legalism couldn't bear it, especially at this time. Qin Tiangu's state of mind was very stable, but it was difficult for him to calm down at this moment. Qin Tiangu, you'd better not anger me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I'll destroy your legalism. Huolei said. His thunderous voice shook heaven and earth, making everyone tremble. It was an absolute warning. Huolei, you're so arrogant. Do you really think it's the same as before? This is already a family matter of legalism. If you want to interfere, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Tiangu said. His voice was mighty and shook the sky. An endless force suppressed the sky, making the universe tremble. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tiangu's aura surged and spread toward the void, enveloping everyone's heart. Everyone was shocked. This aura was far more powerful than Qin Yanlong's. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Huolei shouted. Wisps of red and blue flames rose and rushed out from the void, instantly shaking the surroundings. Are they going to start a war? The creatures were all trembling, all of them feeling fear and uneasiness. Sensing the two auras, the old monster Green Fox, Mo Tianxiao, and the others immediately gasped and stepped back unconsciously. Huolei, if you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. However, it's not me. Someone else will accompany you. In the void, Qin Tiangu sneered. Runes surged, twisting the void and shaking the sky. A vast force descended on Sky City, seeming to make time and space chaotic. It also quietly enveloped Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, and Du Xiaojing. Be careful. Du Tingxian raised his eyes and looked at the sky. The lightning armor on his body immediately covered him. He held the divine thunder spear tightly. His eyes instantly sharpened and purple lightning surged out. Boom! Golden light surged. Du Xiaofu was also enveloped by the azure spirit armor in an instant. The golden wings of the great rock expanded, shining with golden light, domineering and awe-inspiring. The father and son stood together, vaguely shielding Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing behind them. Legalism is really nothing good. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao's aura surged as they prepared to attack at any moment. Qin Tiangu, you are indeed not a good person. So you have been delaying all this time. This is your real goal. At this moment, Master Huolei was standing in the void. With him as the center, strands of red and blue flames and arcs of lightning surrounded him, creating cracks in the void. However, at this moment, deep within Master Huolei's vast eyes, there was a hint of seriousness and a soft sigh. Roar! Just as Master Huolei finished speaking, a dragon's roar resounded. A greenish-yellow light flashed across the sky like lightning. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge dragon rushed out from the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge. Such a huge dragon was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. Its ferocious head was in the sky, as majestic as an ancient mountain. The huge dragon was lying in the void, and its aura was monstrous. It was not inferior to Qin Tiangu's aura at all. In fact, its dragon might was even more terrifying. Oh my god, it's the ancient expert dragons! The old monster Green Fox exclaimed. He was dumbfounded and inexplicably shocked. The old monster Green Fox recognized at a glance that the mighty dragon was an ancient expert of the dragon clan who had come out of the tomb of eternity like Qin Tiangu. At this moment, the ancient expert dragons had also arrived. The huge dragon looked down. Its dragon eyes were like the sun, and its power was shocking. Walala! At the side of the huge dragon, a figure appeared and turned into a middle-aged man. A ring of blazing flames appeared behind him like an erupting volcano. The flames poured down and formed a space of its own. Then, another old man appeared in the sky. His robe fluttered as if he was about to merge into this space. A huge dragon and two human experts suddenly descended here. The three auras were exuberant. The three experts stood in the void, causing the sky to tremble quietly. Three pairs of eyes swept across the surroundings. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the huge dragon and the two human experts did not deliberately hide their auras. Any one of them could be on par with Qin Tiangu. Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, Deng Kuei, Dragons, School of Vertical and Horizontal, School of Famous, Master Huolei looked at the huge dragon and the two figures in the sky. Red-blue flames flickered in his eyes as he said to Qin Tiangu, "You delayed for so long because you were waiting for them, right?" "That's right." Qin Tiangu did not evade and nodded gloomily. Boom! Boom! As Qin Tiangu's voice fell, another three figures appeared in the void. Three auras that were not as strong as the three dragons, but they were definitely powerful enough to shake the void. Du Xiaofu looked up. How could Du Xiaofu not recognize the three who came later? They were Long Qianchao of the Dragons, Hui Wu of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, and Su Sanyan of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. At this moment, he understood everything. From the beginning, Qin Tiangu's so-called "whoever tied the bell should untie it" was at most probing and stalling for time. From the beginning, Qin Tiangu did not intend to let his mother and sister go. He must have secretly informed the dragons, the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Otherwise, although Saint Realm cultivators could cross space with a wave of their hand and tear open space, instantly arriving tens of thousands of kilometers away, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to conclude that Qin Tiangu must have notified him long ago for him to appear in the school of legalism. The dragons, the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, these four forces must have planned it long ago and had the means to secretly inform each other. Looking at the 6 people who came at this moment, 6 Saint Realm experts, 3 of which were ancient Saint Realm experts, Du Xiaofu's eyes were deep in awe. Huolei Zi had long said that Qin Tiangu was meticulous and ruthless. He was not a good person. Sure enough, he was stalling for time for this moment. He's not dead. Sweeping their eyes across the void, the 3 ancient Saint Realm experts, the giant dragon, the middle-aged man, and the old man's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu, who looked like a real rock in human form. The 3 pairs of eyes were like lightning. Even though they were separated by space, Du Xiaofu's spirit trembled violently. If he had not broken through to the Saint Realm, he would not have been able to bear it. As if sensing Du Xiaofu's aura at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes fluctuated. He asked, "The strange phenomenon just now came from here. Is it because of this boy?" Chapter 22:15. He has passed the heavenly punishment and entered the Saint Realm. Qin Tiangu only said this short sentence, the divine light in his eyes surging. Boom! Long Wangu, Gong Sun Jiang, and Deng Quang, as well as Su Sanyan, Long Qianchao, and Hui Wu, listened to Qin Tiangu's brief words. Their eyes trembled violently. Past the heavenly punishment. Long Wangu, Gong Sun Jiang, and Deng Quang stared at Du Xiaofu, unable to calm themselves down. Past the heavenly punishment, these 4 words were enough to let them know what it meant. This was an invincible martial saint. Such an opponent had grown up. It wouldn't be long before they couldn't hold him back anymore. Su Sanyan, Long Qianchao, and Hui Wu looked at each other in disbelief. They had seen Du Xiaofu fail to break through to the Saint Realm with their own eyes. They didn't expect him to break through again and pass the heavenly punishment. They couldn't help but tremble inwardly. That kid was already so terrifying before he entered the Saint Realm. Now, not only did he break through to the Saint Realm, but he also passed the heavenly punishment. How powerful was he? The 6 of them were secretly shocked. Long Wangu, Gong Sun Jiang, and Deng Quang also stared at Huolei with furrowed brows. Huolei is no longer the same as before. He has the thunder martial vein, but what does it mean? He is no longer the same person. Why bother? Gong Sun Jiang looked at Fire Thunder Seed. The space behind him had become its own space. His burning aura twisted the space around him. His aura was vast. You know that he has the thunder martial vein, yet you still dare to do this. You are quite bold. Huolei stared at Gong Sun Jiang, the old turtle, and Deng Quang and said. Huolei, the demon god has been born. No one can stop him. Moreover, do you think you can stop us with your own strength? Why do you make a mistake? Deng Quang stared at Huolei as his aura soared into the sky. He, Long Wangu, and Gong Sun Jiang didn't want to be enemies with Huolei. No matter who provoked such an opponent, they wouldn't have a good time. It's useless to say more. Even if you were at your peak, I wouldn't put you in my eyes, let alone now. If you want to make a move, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. The Fire Lightning Seed's voice was like a thunderclap. The scarlet blue flame and lightning spread out, vast and boundless. Long Wangu, Gong Sun Jiang, and Deng Quang's expressions turned ugly. This so-called desolate country cannot be allowed to exist. The Du family should not have appeared. Long Wangu's enormous body coiled up. His enormous dragon eyes were like 2 blazing suns in the sky. That kind of aura made all creatures tremble in fear. He said to Gong Sun Jiang and Deng Chang. Then, he looked down at the sky and stared at little Xingxing. "Leave that dragon to me. Leave the fire lightning seed to us. You guys finish this quickly." Gong Sun Jiang and Deng Tai stared at Huolei. They had joined hands to block Huolei, but they knew that even if they joined hands, they could only block him. It was impossible for them to kill Huolei. Hee, Qin Tiangu laughed. His voice was like a heavenly drum, but his eyes were incomparably cold. He stared at Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. Everything had happened because of those two. Legalism had suffered such a heavy blow. Now, in this great calamity, a saint had lost his physical body. Legalism could no longer bear this kind of loss. "Leave this family to me. Legalism's family matters, I will settle it myself." Qin Tiangu stared at Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. He did not hide his killing intent. Du Xiaofu's eyes fluctuated with golden light. The golden wings on his back released a domineering intent. He stared at Qin Tiangu coldly. "Huolei Laozu said that you, Qin Tiangu, are not a good person. You really are not." Du Xiaofu stared at Qin Tiangu. He was not intimidated. He had only been disappointed with legalism time and time again. Originally, he had a blood connection with legalism. However, after being bullied and hunted time and time again, his family had been separated. This blood connection had long been wiped clean. What was left was only hatred and disappointment. Even this time, Du Xiaofu originally thought that as long as his family was reunited, it would be enough. As long as legalism did not provoke him in the future, he could let go of everything. However, Qin Tiangu did not have good intentions from the beginning. He was stalling for time and joined forces with the school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, and famous families to kill him quickly. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with coldness. It seemed that the lesson he taught legalism was far from enough. In the sky, Huolei Zi stared at Du Xiaofu across the sky. That brat actually betrayed him again. However, he could see through Qin Tiangu. He was indeed not a good person. "You have a sharp tongue. That demon god did not kill you, but you can't escape death today." Qin Tiangu's face twitched. "If I don't die, I will destroy your legalism in the future." Du Xiaofu reprimanded coldly. "Perhaps legalism did go down the wrong path in the beginning, but now, I have to kill you and your father. If I let you continue to grow, my legalism will be in danger in this world. I have to admit that you are the most talented junior I have ever seen in my life. If I could do it again, I would definitely nurture you well and not let legalism and you reach this stage today. But now, for legalism, I have to kill you. As for blood ties, at our level of cultivation, we don't even know how many generations have passed. It doesn't even exist. However, I will keep the mother and daughter, they will be used by my legalism. As for you and your father, you will die today." Qin Tiangu's voice fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. Some words were not meant for outsiders. "The longer you live, the thicker your skin. Old man, you are really shameless," Du Xiaofu said. His heart was filled with coldness, but at the same time, he was solemn. With a few ancient experts and Long Qianchao and the other two, the desolate country's army would not be able to resist. "Let's end this quickly. Don't let anyone else go. Kill them all," Gong Sun Jiang said. His aura surged. Boom, as Gong Sun Jiang's voice faded, Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, and Hui Wu's aura soared to the heavens as they looked at the barren country's army. They wanted to exterminate them all and eliminate the root of the problem. They wanted to kill all the supreme talents of the barren country while they were still in the cradle. Boom! The warship rumbled and the general's eyes were filled with coldness. "These old men, let's fight it out with them." Du Yunlong, Du and Du Hao's thunder martial veins were activated. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, killing in all directions. "Old bastard, do you think we are easy to bully? Little Xingxing clenched his fists. Golden flames flickered in his eyes and a vast aura soared into the sky. A group of juniors. Let's fight. It's worth it to die. Su Sanyan said. He looked at Du Yunlong, Du Hao and the rest. The thunder martial veins were too powerful. The Du family could not be left alive. They had to kill them all. Apologies, everyone. This chapter is temporarily updated today. There was some delay. Apologies. Chapter 22:16. I'm really surprised that you and your father could have such natural talents. You're worthy of being the descendant of that person. You're extremely talented, stepping into the saint realm at such a young age, overcoming the talent test and becoming an invincible supreme being. But so what? The path of cultivation is too long. In front of me, you're still ants. I won't give you time to grow. I'll let you go through the divine punishment and become a supreme being. Today, I can still kill you easily, Qin Tiangu said, looking down at Du Xiaofu and his son. Buzz. Du Xiaofu called out the purple gold heavenly tower again. Wind and thunder rumbled, accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers. Purple gold light filled the sky. Good stuff. Qin Tiangu's eyes lit up. He had long noticed that the purple gold heavenly tower in Du Xiaofu's hand was extraordinary and liked it very much. Let's fight. Du Tingxian held the divine thunder spear in his hand. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around him. You reckless father and son. You must die today. Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit body looked crazy and ferocious in the void. His voice was terrifying. He had suffered heavy losses and was filled with hatred. He wanted to tear the father and son into pieces. Kill, let's end this quickly. Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and Long Qianchao's aura surged as they stared at the group of supreme sky prides of the desolate country army. Almost all the supreme sky prides of the younger generation from the school of vertical and horizontal, famous, and dragons had been killed. Seeing the lineup of the desolate country's younger generation, Su Sanyan and the others trembled in their hearts. Once such a group of supreme sky prides had time to grow, how terrifying would they be? They had to eliminate them completely. Let's fight. Du Xiaoyao's golden spiritual eyes shone. Supreme sky prides fluctuated and divine might filled the air. Let's fight. At most, we'll die. On the warship, the desolate country army moved together. Facing the pressure of the Saint Realm experts in the void, those with lower cultivation were still weak. But at this moment, they forced themselves to stand upright. Their aura surged and they swore to fight. The eyes of the green fox demon flashed. If this was in the past, with his style and character, he would have fled long ago. Judging from the current situation, the desolate country was at a complete disadvantage. It was almost impossible for them to fight back. However, at this point, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe also knew that he had no way out. Even if he ran away today, the legalism, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal would not let him off in the future. The old monster of the Green Fox thought to himself. If they fought today, at least the fire thunder seed was here. Besides, the demon king, Du Xiaofu, was incredible. Who knew what would happen in the future? Besides, Du Xiaofu had the golden-winged great Peng bird clan behind him, and the Phoenix clan seemed to be behind the little dragon as well. As long as he had the chance to leave today, he might be able to rise up in the future. On the contrary, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe thought that if he ran away today, the legalism and the others would not let him off. Once the demon king, Du Xiaofu, the strange dragon, the red-bone horse monkey, Du Tingxian, and the fire thunder seed left today, none of them would let him off in the future. Moreover, even if Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, and the others joined forces, they might not be able to stop the fire thunder seed. Damn it, let's fight. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe secretly gritted his teeth. He knew very well that although the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had been treating him with a smile and was extremely polite, he had to at least make Du Xiaofu feel at ease and trust if he wanted him to treat him as one of his family and enter the core of the desolate country. Today was a good opportunity. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was incredible. As long as he could leave this time, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, Dugu Fenshen, Yelu Han, and the others did not say anything, but their auras surged without reservation. They were also ready to fight. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around Elder Lei and the 8 puppets. They were ready for battle. You overestimate yourselves. Looking at the desolate country's army that was ready to fight, Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others did not take them seriously. They sneered and their auras were vast. Especially the desolate country's supreme talents, they had to be wiped out. Leave everything to me. Qin Tiangu said, looking at the father and son, Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. In his eyes, the father and son were already dead. Kid, the situation is not good. If I have no choice, I will take you with me. It should not be a problem. The Fire Thunder Seed's voice fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. The current situation was very serious. He would be delayed by Deng Ai and Gongsun Jiang and could not be separated. The remaining Qin Tiangu and Long Wangu were not people who could be stopped by the people present. Old man, if I don't die, I will destroy legalism in the future. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Tiangu. He did not consider the Fire Thunder Seed's words. If he could only take him with him, then what would happen to his drunkard father, mother, sister, brother, Zhen Qingchun, Du Xiaoqing, Hilao, sister, North Vanquishing Prince, Yi Piaoling, and the rest of the desolate country's army? Du Xiaofu was very straightforward. Even if he knew that there was no chance of winning, he was not afraid and would not bow down. If he did not die, he would slowly settle the score today. Don't waste time. Finish it. Long Wangu said. He was afraid that a long delay would cause problems. He looked at Little Star, his dragon eyes filled with coldness. He had heard of this mutated dragon before. It was very strange and he wanted to check it out personally. Roar! Long Wangu attacked. His dragon claws tore through the void and filled the air with mist. The mysterious runes on the talisman fluctuated. It was like a giant hand reaching out from the void. It directly covered Little Star and Du Xiaoyao. Rumble, at the same time, Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, and Su Sanyan's 3 figures shook the void. Suddenly, the terrifying power directly shattered the void, bringing with it all kinds of strange phenomena. Raging flames filled the sky, astral winds howled, and the dragon's might was awe-inspiring. It was extremely terrifying as it swept towards the desolate country's army. Bang, 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 such terrifying power gathered into a frenzy of energy. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. Kiki, kill. Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit body sneered. His eyes were vicious. He burst out with his primordial spirit body and also pounced on the desolate country's army. Gongsun Jiang and Deng Quang both stared at the Fire Thunder Seed. Their auras quietly spread across the sky and the vast sky plains. Let's end this. Qin Tiangu also attacked. He looked down at Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. His hand swooped down and turned into a giant hand that seemed to cover the entire sky city. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains shook. Inside the giant hand, there were all kinds of divine birds and beasts roaring. It tore the void, and the sun, the moon, and the stars rotated. Qin Tiangu was too strong. Every move he made contained the power of legalism. The huge pressure from the void collapsed, and the entire covered void seemed to be about to explode. Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, and the others immediately felt great pressure. Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian, who were wearing the blue spirit armor and divine thunder armor, also felt like their bodies were about to be crushed. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. Qin Tiangu was too strong. If he had not stepped into the Saint Plane, he would have been like an ant. Even if he had stepped into the Saint Plane, Du Xiaofu still felt small when facing Qin Tiangu. There was still a gap between the saints. Boom, boom. Behind Du Xiaofu, two mighty auras rushed into the sky. Du Xiaojing and Han Aodong did not retreat. We are a family. We will advance and retreat together. Even if we die today, we will die together. Han Aodong said, and a dazzling light bloomed in her eyes. Her eyes were bright, and a magnificent and desolate aura spread out. It was as if she was a supreme being who could not be provoked. This time, I can finally fight side by side with my brother. Du Xiaojing's body was covered with thunder and lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the surroundings. His beautiful face slightly raised his head and looked at the huge palm that was about to collapse. Purple gold lightning flashed in his eyes, but he did not show any fear. In just an instant, several cultivators of the Saint Plane had already attacked. Mighty power swept through the sky, and the aura was monstrous, destroying everything. Boom, boom, boom. The scene was too terrifying. Mighty attack waves swept over, and the space collapsed inch by inch. The earth shook, and the void exploded. Cracks spread out on the ground. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The onlookers who were far behind also felt their hair stand on end under this kind of power. The barren country is finished. It will be strangled. The ancient cultivators of the school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, famous clans, and legalism are too strong. They will destroy the barren country. Some creatures in the distance said in shock and sighed. In the future, the barren country would be able to stand with those big clans. But now, it was going to be strangled. In the army of the barren country, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Dugu Fenchen, Zhen Qingchun, and Du Yunlong did not hold back their auras. They were so strong that they could sweep all around. Chapter 22:17. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. However, in the face of the attacks from the Sage Realm cultivators, their defense seemed so weak. It felt like an egg hitting a rock. Everyone knew what would happen if they came into contact with the Sage Realm cultivators. Fight! The old monster Green Fox gritted his teeth. There was no way out. In an instant, his eyes turned into a strange greenish-yellow color. As the light burst out, it flooded the void and instantly turned into a huge sky-disintegrating green light fox. The greenish-yellow light was dazzling, and a sharp and cold aura reached its peak and swept across the void. Awo! The demonic fox floated in the air with a pair of terrifying greenish-yellow eyes. Its gigantic tail was raised high, and a row of sharp fangs were revealed from its bloody mouth. The sound of chi 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 was like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. It was about to go all out. Awo! Awo! The dragon roared and the beast roared like thunder, shaking the sky. At the same time, little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao's terrifying main body also occupied the sky. However, Long Wangu was too strong. He shrouded little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao at the same time. Fight! Yi Piaoling, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, and Zhen Qingchuan's eyes were red. They did not hold back their auras and summoned their sage artifacts. Whine! Wind and thunder rumbled. Many sage artifacts appeared in the sky in Tianwu Academy. Tang Wu, Wu Kei, Gu Xinyan, and the others activated their sage artifacts. Tianwu Academy had obtained many sage artifacts from the inheritance on the warship. In the past few months, they had all recognized their masters, increasing their strength greatly. Even so, the gap between the Sage Realm and the Sage Realm was too big. The desolate country's army gathered together and attacked fiercely, creating huge waves in the void. However, it was still incomparable to Long Qianchao and the others. Just their formless aura alone was enough to suppress them. Moreover, only 10 or 20% of the desolate country's army could still fight. Although the remaining ones were the elites of the desolate country, they were powerless against the Sage Realm experts. They could not even muster the will to fight back. The desolate country is going to be killed this time. The onlookers in the distance trembled. The barren nation had a large number of supreme geniuses, but they had no time to continue growing. Under such circumstances, the outcome was already set in stone. The scene in the distance caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to turn red. A formless baleful aura spread out from his body. Under this monstrous baleful aura, even the air seemed to have solidified. A bone-piercing chill seeped out from Du Xiaofu's body. The invisible chill and killing intent that could not be seen by the naked eye spread out from his body in the form of airwaves. Originally, Du Xiaofu only wanted to reunite with his family. Even if he had to kill legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal, it was all to protect himself and teach them a lesson. But now, Du Xiaofu was truly furious, and he was filled with regret. He had been too naive. If he had directly declared war on legalism from the start, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Or perhaps, if he had begged the golden-winged Peng clan, the heavenly wood divine tree, and the Confucian school, he wouldn't have led the desolate country into such a desperate situation. I, Du Xiaofu, hereby swear that if I don't die today, I will destroy your orthodoxies in the future. The desolate country will not rest until you are dead. Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated, clearly landing in everyone's ears. It was like thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. It was accompanied by a monstrous killing intent that swept through the sky. When the onlookers in the distance heard this, they also felt a bone-piercing chill. Their blood seemed to have frozen, and their lips trembled. Look at this killing intent. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering killing intent. They could all feel that Du Xiaofu's killing intent was bone-chilling. Even experts like Gong Sun Jiang and Deng Ai, who had not yet made a move, were inwardly moved by this killing intent. A Wu, the purple-gold heavenly palace shone brightly, and the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Du Xiaofu's mighty aura swept out. If he didn't die today, he would destroy these orthodoxies. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and Qin Yunlong's primordial spirits were also shocked by this killing intent. They felt uneasy for no reason, and they were even more determined to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. At this moment, their attack swept in front of the desolate country's army. That terrifying mighty force had not come into direct contact, but it had already caused Jin Qingchun, the silver-winged demonic condor, Mu Ruobai, and the others to spit out blood. They felt the aura of death, and it was difficult to resist. Boom! However, at this critical moment, a mighty wave descended from above the void. Mysterious green talisman patterns bloomed, illuminating all directions. It was as if a world was opening, and it filled the void. The talisman patterns blazed brightly, and a green sun appeared in the sky. It was as if a god had descended. A bright green light screen blocked in front of the desolate country's army, and it also protected little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the green fox demon. Rumble. The attacks of Long Wangu, Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit, Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, and Hui Wu, especially Long Wangu's claw, which could tear the heavens and earth apart, were extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, in front of the green light screen, they could not destroy it. They could only make it tremble. Long Wangu, Su Sanyan, and Hui Wu's expressions changed. Deng Chang and Gong Sun Jiang's expressions changed as well. Only Flamespark revealed a smile in his eyes. At the same time, Qin Tiangu's huge palm print descended, covering a part of the void. Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, and Du Xiaojing's aura soared into the sky. Just as they were about to fight to the death, the confined void quietly distorted. A sloppy old man in ragged clothes, with a head full of white hair and a few strands of grass, appeared out of thin air. The old man raised his hand, and a fingerprint swept out towards the huge palm print. Boom! However, when the fingerprint swept out, the void distorted. When the fingerprint came into contact with the huge palm print, the sun, moon, and stars instantly exploded one after another. The divine birds and beasts were destroyed, and the mountains and rivers were torn apart. They turned into broken runes that swept out. The palm print that could destroy everything instantly shattered, and runes poured out, turning into a phenomenon. Qin Tiangu's expression changed, and his gaze trembled. When this figure appeared, Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, and the others were also stunned. Fui Bai, Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. Du Xiaofu, who was about to make a move, was also stunned at this moment. When he saw the white-haired old man in front of him and the bright green figure in the distance, his eyes were immediately filled with joy. Who else could these two people be other than Fui Bai and Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree? The vast movement in the void instantly calmed down and returned to silence. Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others looked at the two figures that suddenly appeared, and their expressions immediately turned ugly. They were definitely not unfamiliar with Fui Bai and Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. Especially to Long Qianchao, who was ruthlessly trampled by Fui Bai. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were also stunned, and their eyes were also filled with joy. It's them. Fui Bai and Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. The desolate country's army was also stunned, and then Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, and Du Xiaoman were immediately overjoyed. They knew that Fui Bai and Heavenly Wood Divine Tree were definitely here to help the desolate country. It's Fui Bai. The Du family's disciples were even more stunned. Some of the old men were also astonished and in disbelief. Was that really Fui Bai from the Du family's martial repository? Among the countless spectators in the distance, there were some who couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. Suddenly, the mighty attack calmed down, and they thought that everything was over and that the desolate country's supremes had been killed. Some people opened their eyes and looked at the sudden change at this moment. They were all very surprised. Old Tree, Intermediate Divine Tree. Long Wangu's voice came out from his hideous mouth. His dragon eyes trembled and shook the void, and his expression turned ugly. Deng Quang and Hui Wu raised their eyes, and their expressions changed greatly. Intermediate Divine Tree, Old Tree, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why are you interfering? Qin Tiangu looked at Fui Bai and Heavenly Wood Divine Tree with a complicated expression and his eyes twitching inwardly. You know why I'm interfering. The person that the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds has chosen is the descendant of that person, and you guys dare to interfere. How audacious. Fui Bai's gaze swept across, but his temperament was the same as before. That formless aura was domineering and majestic. Intermediate Divine Tree, you know that it's not like before. The divine lightning cauldron has fallen into the hands of the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds. Could it be that the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds killed the person that the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds chose? This is the matter of our families. Don't tell me that you want to contend against our families with your strength alone. You guys have the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds behind you. Don't forget that our families aren't to be trifled with. Gong Sun Jiang gritted his teeth, but his eyes were filled with dread toward Fui Bai. Gong Sun Jiang, you seem to have grown bolder after coming out of the eternal tomb. Chapter 22:18. A thunderous voice resounded through the void as a figure descended. There was not much fluctuation in his aura, but when he appeared, it attracted many gazes as if they were struck by lightning. The newcomer's clothes were shabby, and he looked about the same as Fui Bai. However, at this moment, he was one with the void, causing everyone to tremble. Crazy old man! Someone in the desolate country's army exclaimed. It was crazy old man, Ouyang Shuang's master, an unfathomable expert. North Addict. When crazy old man appeared, Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, and Deng Quang's expressions changed again. Gongsun Jiang, if you have the ability, then try it today. Don't say that I'm not being courteous. Crazy old man looked straight at Gongsun Jiang and pointed at him. There was a terrifying majesty about him, as if he was a completely different person. North Addict, don't go too far. Back then, even the Lord of the 3,000 Worlds and the Dragon God were not as arrogant as you. Gongsun Jiang's expression was extremely gloomy. He was a dignified ancestor who had just come out of the eternal tomb, yet someone was pointing at him like this. This was not something that could be easily tolerated. Do you really think that you're so powerful? If it wasn't for the demon god escaping here, you wouldn't even be qualified to mention the Lord of the 3,000 Worlds and the Dragon God's name. Now, you dare to harm the people chosen by the 3,000 Worlds. Do you really think that no one can stop you? Do you believe that I won't destroy your orthodoxy here? Crazy old man said, not putting Gongsun Jiang in his eyes at all. North Addict, don't go too far. Don't forget that this is not the upper world. Here, you can't be that strong. If you really want to fight, you'll pay the price. Gongsun Jiang gloomily glared at crazy old man and said coldly, moreover, when the demon god recovers, he won't let the 5 of you go. I can destroy your orthodoxy here right now. Try it if you don't believe me. Crazy old man said domineeringly. You, Gongsun Jiang was left speechless. He was truly afraid. North Addict and the others had no backing. If they wanted to destroy the house of Zongheng, there was no way he could stop them. With that, crazy old completely ignored Gongsun Jiang. He stared straight at Qin Tiangu and roared, Qin Tiangu, you're quite bold, aren't you? You even dared to touch my disciple's son-in-law. That's enough reason for me to wipe out your legacy here. North Qi, when did I touch your disciple's son-in-law? Qin Tiangu was very depressed. His face was very gloomy. When did he know Bei Qi's son-in-law? Everyone knows that Du Xiaofu is the fiancé of my disciple, Little Xuan. Naturally, he's my disciple's son-in-law. You're quite bold, aren't you? Crazy old man spoke in a strange tone with a gloomy expression. Disciple's son-in-law, Qin Tiangu was stunned and his eyes twitched. If that was true, then Bei Qi's son-in-law was indeed not someone he could casually touch. He was not afraid of anyone in this world, but East Deity, Nan Ru, Shi Yao and North Addict were definitely not people he wanted to provoke. He knew the background of these 5 people and he could not afford to offend them. The reinforcements are here. A top expert is coming. The army of Huang country was excited. Is that Little Shuang's master? He's a terrifying expert. South guarding King Ouyang Qi was pleasantly surprised. He had already known that his granddaughter had become a disciple of a super expert, but this was the first time he had seen it. Judging from the current situation, Ouyang Shuang's master was an existence that even the ancient experts of the legalism and House of Zongheng were afraid of. Middle Deity, North Addict, Fui Bai and Crazy Old Man are the Middle Deity and North Addict. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still in deep shock. Fui Bai and Crazy Old Man were actually the Middle Deity and North Addict of the 5 mysterious experts. How could this not shock Du Xiaofu? Then, something that shocked Du Xiaofu even more occurred. While Du Xiaofu was still in shock from Fui Bai and Crazy Old Man, Du Tingxian withdrew his Divine Thunder Armor and Divine Thunder Spear. He took a step forward and respectfully looked at Fui Bai while kneeling on one knee in the air. He bowed and said, back then, Master said that if this disciple could step into the Saint Martial realm within 200 years, then this disciple would barely have the qualifications to enter your sect. Today, this disciple is fortunate enough to step into the Saint Martial realm in 200 years. Nirvana of a grand sovereign stepping into the Saint Martial realm within 50 years. This is passable in the eyes of the upper echelons. From now on, I will acknowledge you as my personal disciple. Fu Yibai spoke with a deadpan expression, but he couldn't hide the satisfaction in his eyes as he looked at Du Tingxian. Nirvana of a grand sovereign, possessing the lightning martial vein, and stepping into the Saint Martial realm within 50 years. Such talent was definitely enough to compete for supremacy in the upper echelons. How could Fu Yibai not be secretly happy? If this was brought to the upper echelons, it would be enough for him to be in the limelight. Master, Fu Yibai is the master of drunkard dad. Du Xiaofu was stunned and dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he couldn't retract his jaw for a long time. Fu Yibai was actually the master of drunkard dad. What? Fu Yibai is third uncle's master, Fu Yibai is Tingshuan's master. Everyone in the Du family was dumbfounded and shocked. No wonder Tingxian was able to rise. So it was because of Fu Yibai. An old man in the Du family seemed to have understood something and trembled. Gong Sun Jiang, Long Wangu, Deng Quang, Hui Wu, Long Qianchao, and Su Sanyan were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect Du Xiaofu to be Bei Qi's son-in-law and Du Tingxian to be the disciple of Zhongtong god Fu Yibai. At this moment, Qin Yunlong was even more dumbfounded. Qin Tiangu and the rest of the supremes of legalism were being held in the hands of Zhen Qingchen. Legalism was against Han Aodong and Du Tingxian back then because they felt that nameless juniors in the outside world were just ants. If they could form a marriage alliance with the school of vertical and horizontal, it would strengthen legalism. But if they knew that Du Tingxian was the disciple of an expert like Zhongtong god Fu Yibai, they wouldn't have objected back then. It was simply what they wished for. Even if they knew that Du Tingxian could enter the Saint Martial realm within 50 years, legalism wouldn't have done so. Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, Gong Sun Jiang, and the rest were dumbfounded. Zhongtong god and Bei Qi were here. Not to mention protecting that descendant and the person chosen by the ruler of the 3,000 worlds, even if Du Tingxian was the inner disciple of Zhongtong god and Du Xiaofu was Bei Qi's son-in-law, they wouldn't be able to touch them today. Everyone was still in a daze. At this moment, Fu Yibai was extremely unnatural, but he still arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. That domineering and serious face with the temperament of a peerless expert squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying at Du Xiaofu. He revealed his yellowed front teeth and said with a warm and friendly voice, "Big brother, I'm not late, am I?" Qin Tiangu was dumbfounded. Long Wangu was dumbfounded. Gong Sun Jiang was dumbfounded. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 22:19. Many people were no longer surprised. Back in the Divine Thunder Mountain Range and outside the Divine Domain, the mysterious Fu Yibai had already called the Demon King Du Xiaofu Big Brother. However, most of the people present had never been to the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, especially Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, and the others. They were dumbfounded to the extreme, and their star-like eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, the expression on Du Tingshuan's face was also extremely unnatural. He wished he could beat Du Xiaofu up. Ku, the old monster green fox had quietly put away his green light sky-shattering fox body. Watching the scene unfold in front of him one after another, his throat was boiling, and he kept swallowing his saliva. At this moment, the old monster green fox couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he hadn't run away. He didn't expect that apart from the golden-winged great rocks and phoenixes, the Demon King Du Xiaofu actually had so many terrifying experts behind him. He had heard of the names of the central deity and the northern attic before. They were related to some of the secrets of the current world. They were terrifying existences that were enough to make Qin Tiangu and Long Wangu fear. "I'm not late. Just in time." Du Xiaofu felt rather helpless at this moment. If he had known that Fu Yibai was so tyrannical back then, he wouldn't have made that bet with him. However, when he thought of how Fu Yibai was so powerful that even Qin Tiangu had to be wary of him, he pretended to be a fool in the Du family and fooled Du Xiaofu for so long. When he saw his disciples' family being separated, he did not even ask about it. Du Xiaofu was furious. This old fellow was too deceitful. It's good that you're fine. Fu Yibai smiled at Du Xiaofu embarrassedly. Greetings, Grand Master. Du Xiaojing bowed to Fu Yibai. Han Aodong also bowed slightly, retracting the shock in her eyes. She also didn't know about this matter. Good, good. It's good that the family is reunited. Fu Yibai nodded with a smile in his eyes. However, when he looked at Du Xiaofu, the smile on his face became somewhat unnatural. With a serious expression, he said, Big brother, let the people from the desolate country return first. You have to come with us, there are some things we need to discuss with you. Du Xiaofu glanced at the legalism Sky City behind him. The legalism disciples were all trembling in fear. He stared coldly at Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, and the others. They don't dare to move. Otherwise, there will be people who won't be polite. Fu Yibai's gaze swept across Qin Tiangu and the rest. His voice seemed to have been purposely spoken, and when it landed in Qin Tiangu and the rest's ears, it sounded extremely ugly. Zhong Tongshan, are you deliberately going against us? Deng, he said with a gloomy expression, I don't believe that you've recovered. You've been here for so long. You've probably been affected even more than we were in the Tomb of Eternity. It seems like you want to give it a try. I'll give you a chance. Fu Yibai turned around and looked at Deng Ming with his hands behind his back. There was a strange splendor in his eyes. All right, let's give it a try. Deng Ming gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure soared into the sky. A pair of huge illusory silver wings spread out from his back. They were suffused with white light and mist that spread across the void. Although the wings were illusory, they seemed to have materialized. They carried the power of heaven and earth and a mighty saint aura. In an instant, a gale rose and dark clouds gathered. Astral winds wreaked havoc, and the earth quaked. Boom! Deng Ming struck out with his palm. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, and a gale rose. The sky was vast and mighty, blooming with divine light. The world trembled as if it was about to collapse. Such a palm enveloped the world and made all living beings palpitate. Even Du Xiaofu, who was standing behind Fu Yibai, was secretly trembling in the face of such a palm. Such strength was far from what Qin Minglong and the others could compare to. But at this moment, Fu Yibai stood in the void. His tattered robe fluttered, and his white hair fluttered like a bird's nest. He was calm and unmoved like a boulder. But in the next instant, Fu Yibai advanced instead of retreating with his feet in the void. His figure soared into the sky, radiating with boundless light and a monstrous aura. Below him, the 1,000-foot-tall city walls of Sky City were uprooted and shattered in midair. Boom! As Fu Yibai rushed in front of Deng Ming, he struck out with a fist. Radiance blotted out the sky as it collided with the former's palm. Boom! Such a collision made one's soul feel as if it was about to explode. The sound was so loud that it was like endless heavenly thunder. Blazing runes and Saint Aura spread out and filled the void as supreme energy surged and swept across. The world turned upside down as Sky City continued to collapse. The void turned blurry as the sky planes collapsed. Abyss-like cracks on the ground interweaved like spider webs and tore the canyon apart. Such a scene of destruction was incomparably terrifying and shocking. Such supreme energy swept across and shook the universe. It was as if the stars in the 9 heavens were about to be shaken down. The void collapsed as the plains turned into fine powder. Sky City had a great array covered in talismans and mysterious runes, but it couldn't stop such terrifying fluctuations. All the buildings and towers were destroyed and turned into ruins. Many miserable cries could be heard. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Deng Ming's body was pushed back in a straight line and shattered the void. Fu Weibai's body only swayed slightly, but his expression was calm. So powerful. Du Xiaofu was overwhelmed with emotions. At this time, Fu Weibai and the old lunatic appeared again to help him and force back those ancient experts. How could he not be excited? Seeing Deng Ming being pushed back, Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, and the others trembled inwardly as their eyes flickered. Whoever dares to bully my disciple and his son, I will kill them. If there are people in the same realm who can kill them, it's because their cultivation is not high enough. I have nothing to say. Fu Weibai said, his voice shaking the surroundings. Then, he ignored Qin Tiangu and the others and looked at Du Xiaofu behind him. Follow me. The others can go back first. Okay, wait for me. Du Xiaofu nodded. This was already the best result. Then, he said to his mother and Du Xiaojing, Mother, Xiaojing, let's go home. Let's go home. Han Aodong nodded, her face full of smiles. The family of four left Sky City. Legalism's densely packed gazes were fixed on them. They didn't dare to open their mouths and trembled because of it. Qin Tiangu's expression was gloomy. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. Welcome, Empress Dowager. Welcome, First Princess. On the warship, the desolate country's army saluted. Their voices converged and soared into the sky. It's good that you're back. The family is finally reunited. Some of the elders of the Du family had tears in their eyes. The family was finally reunited. Grandmother. Godmother. Little star, Du Xiaoqing rushed in front of Han Aodong and intimately held Han Aodong's arm. Auntie. Sister Xiaojing. Auntie. Sister Xiaojing. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Shui, Du Hao, Du Gui, Du Yu, and the others walked up. Go home. Your family is still waiting for you. The elders of the Du family walked up. Their bodies were trembling and their noses were sour. Okay, Han Aodong didn't know what to say. She just kept smiling. She looked at Du Xiaoqing and little Xingxing beside her. Looking at everyone in front of her, she smiled and smiled. Her eyes started to moisten. Chapter 22:20. Mother, I'll leave this person to you. Du Xiaofu went to Zhen Qingchuan's side and took the High Lord of Legalism from Zhen Qingchun to his mother Han Aodong's side. The High Lord of Legalism's face was pale. He had yet to recover from his shock at the scene before him. Du Tingxian was actually the disciple of a mid-divine conduit. There were so many strong cultivators behind the Legalism family. In just a few decades, the desolate country had become so powerful that it could crush its peers. Han Aodong said to Du Xiaofu, Xiaofu, let go of him. He is your grandfather after all. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, then released the seal on the High Lord. At this moment, the High Lord of Legalism was stunned. He looked at Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, the Green Fox Monster, Huolei Zi, and the others. His heart trembled. Father, let's go back, Han Aodong said to the High Lord of Legalism. Aodong, are you really going to leave with them? If you leave, you'll be unfilial. The High Lord of Legalism stared at Han Aodong, his eyes twitching. Father, I'm unfilial. Let's go back. Han Aodong looked calm. If you leave with them today, don't even think about stepping into the door of legalism in the future. From now on, you're no longer a member of legalism. You'll be expelled from legalism. We'll sever all ties as father and daughter. The High Lord of Legalism said with a gloomy face. Fine. I'm unfilial. From now on, I'll no longer be a disciple of legalism. As Han Aodong's voice fell, pain flashed through her eyes. Light flashed in her hand and a lock of hair behind her head was cut off. She said, we'll sever all ties as father and daughter as well. I'll repay you for raising me in my next life. In this life, I'll pretend that I don't have a daughter like Aodong. As her voice fell, the hair in Han Aodong's hand turned into ashes. She then knelt in the air and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the High Lord of Legalism. Then, she kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Sky City. Ha 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 ha, the High Lord of Legalism sneered. His face twitching. He didn't expect his daughter to really want to sever all ties and leave legalism. 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 Of legalism. Do you really think you can leave legalism so? You. Legalisms. Do you really think legalism? Legalism. Legalism re. Legalism is legalism. Legalism art, s's. Legalisms. Legalism, SSSS is. Legalisms. Legalism, s's. Legalism bang. With a muffled thud, the sovereign of legalism was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew toward Sky City. Boom! Legalism's body fell to the ground outside Sky City's walls, causing the earth to shake and the ground to crack. Ao Tong spared your life once in my son's hands. Just now, for Ao Tong's sake, I spared your life again. You can consider it as me repaying my parents' kindness. From now on, she has nothing to do with legalism, Du Tingxian said. He was the one who had attacked just now. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes. The body of the Lord of Legalism crawled out from the pile of rubble. He was covered in blood and his face was pale. He raised his head and looked at Du Tingxuan's family with resentment. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything more and swept his gaze around. Fortunately, there was no danger today. Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, Fui Bai, and the old lunatic had arrived. Many thanks, Senior. Du Xiaofu bowed to Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. He was grateful. He had already received its help several times. This favor was not ordinary. No need to be so polite. It's fine as long as you're fine. The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree nodded with a smile. He knew that even if he hadn't come, the desolate country would still be fine. That Central Connection God and North Addict must have already paid attention to this place. Afterward, Du Xiaofu told little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Zhen Qingchun, Yi Lao, and Du Yunlong. He transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree and Huolei Zi to protect the desolate country's people and return to the desolate country first. There will always be a time to settle some scores with a famous family. The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree looked at Deng Ai, its green eyes filled with coldness. Hearing this, Hui Wu's face darkened. Back then, he was the one who did it. He didn't expect that Fang Jijia still had survivors. Now that the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree had come out of the Heavenly Devil battlefield, it was a great disaster for a famous family. Deng Ming's expression was very ugly. He didn't say anything. He hadn't interfered in the matter back then. At that time, he had already entered the Eternal Tomb, but he naturally knew what the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree was talking about. He also knew that Fang Jijia would definitely not let this matter rest. Boom! The vast ancient battlefield surged. The desolate country's army rushed onto the warships, shaking the void. Then, Huolei Zi, Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the old monster Green Fox left. Legalism's disciples, Qin Tiangu, Su Sanyan, Long Wangu, and Deng Ai watched Huolei Zi and the others leave. Their eyes trembled, but no one dared to say anything. Let's go. Fu Weibai's figure flickered as he left with the old lunatic. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Qin Tiangu, Deng Ai, Long Wangu, and Gongsun Jiang, saying, I will remember all of you here today. I will deal with all of you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu followed closely behind. Long Wangu, Qin Tiangu, Gongsun Jiang, and Deng Kuei exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions were extremely ugly and solemn. With Zhong Tongshan, Bei Qi, Huolei Zi, Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, and the others behind Du Xiaofu, they had to consider the consequences if they wanted to take action. The mountain was steep and the trees were lush. When Du Xiaofu followed Fu Yibai and the old lunatic to this place, there were a few simple and unadorned buildings that gave off a sense of vicissitudes. I knew you weren't dead. You won't die. A peerlessly beautiful woman rushed out. Her long, slender legs were curved in an alluring arc, accentuating her perfect figure. Her beautiful countenance was simply capable of hooking the souls of men. She spread her arms and rushed in front of Du Xiaofu, as her eyes were filled with excitement. My life is tough. No one can take it. Du Xiaofu smiled and hugged the soft jade in front of him. Du Xiaofu didn't find it strange that Ouyang Shuang was here. Her master was Old Lunatic. Cough. Old Lunatic appeared behind Du Xiaofu with a dry cough. What are you coughing for? You're already a big girl. You'll get married sooner or later. Fu Yibai walked over and glanced at Old Lunatic. It's a pity that such a good cabbage has been taken. Old Lunatic's voice was a little strange, as if his cabbage had been taken by a pig. Master, what are you talking about? Ouyang Shuang came back to her senses and fell from Du Xiaofu's embrace. Her charming cheeks blushed like a peach. Du Xiaofu was also depressed. How did he end up taking cabbages? Come in. Old Lunatic opened his mouth and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, Du Xiaofu saw a weathered youth and an ethereal middle-aged man in a small courtyard. Chapter 22-21. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled as he looked at the ethereal middle-aged man and the weathered youth. The two of them didn't have any aura, but their formless aura made Du Xiaofu feel that they weren't inferior to Fu Yibai and Crazy Ol. Eastern Deity, Southern Ru, Western Demon, Northern Addict, and Middle Deity. Fu Yibai was Middle Deity, and Crazy Ol was Northern Addict. Du Xiaofu estimated that these two were probably two of the remaining three. They were two terrifying experts that had once joined hands to resist the demon god's soul. Let me introduce myself. The so-called Southern Ru and Western Demon in this world are the two of us. We've been paying attention to everything about you. The ethereal middle-aged man was the first to speak. Greetings, seniors. Du Xiaofu bowed. His guess was right. The two before him were one of the remaining three. They were both male and female Western Demon. Of the 5 mysterious experts, only Eastern Deity hadn't shown himself. There's no need to be polite. You're someone chosen by the Lord of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Your future is boundless. There will be a day when you'll be able to shake the upper world and suppress a region. The weathered young man, Western Demon, stared at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with wisdom and depth, but his expression was extremely solemn at this moment. But all of this requires us to completely deal with those evil devils. If not, when this world turns into a devil domain, you will be the first to be targeted by the devil god. Senior, I'm afraid my strength is far from enough. The 9 divine lightning cauldrons have also fallen into the demon god's mouth. Du Xiaofu looked at Western Demon, Nan Ru, Crazy Ol, and Fu Yibai. His eyes flickered and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Seniors, your strength is monstrous. If you can't kill the demon god, then I'm afraid I'm even less capable." This was something that Du Xiaofu had always been puzzled about. If Fu Yibai and the others couldn't kill the demon god with their strength, then even if he could reach another level, he was still far from being enough. It seems that there are some things that you should know. Hearing this, Nan Ru's eyes lit up. Take a seat, Crazy Ol said and gestured for Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang to sit down. To get rid of those demons, the most important thing is not strength. Otherwise, when the master of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god came personally, even 1,000 lives wouldn't be enough to kill that demon god. Nan Ru said slowly, looking at Du Xiaofu. The universe is vast and boundless. This world is isolated from everything. There are many things that the creatures of this world do not know and have never escaped from this world. If one day you are able to break out of this world, you will discover that this world is truly vast, far beyond your imagination. The geniuses of this world were only mediocre in that world. The ordinary supremes of this world were only slightly extraordinary. Only grand supremes and perfected heavenly sovereigns can be considered heavenly talents. Only heavenly sovereigns and inaction nirvana sovereigns can be considered true supremes. Nanru paused for a moment, then continued, in the real world, there are countless experts. A true supremes can suppress a region. Senior, are you saying that there is another world outside of this world? Hearing this, Ouyang Shuang's beautiful face was already stupefied and tongue-tied. Du Xiaofu also found it hard to come back to his senses. It seemed that the secrets of this world were not limited to what he knew. There was another world outside of this world. Of course, the outside world is much more vast than this world. You are not strong enough now. When you reach that level, you will naturally know. Right now, the most important thing is this boy. Only he has the chance to get rid of that demon god. Otherwise, among the billions of creatures in this world, only a few can escape this calamity. Crazy Bull glanced at Du Xiaofu. Ouyang Shuang pouted at Crazy Bull. This old man seemed to be unwilling to say more. Ouyang Shuang did not ask any more questions. She sat beside Du Xiaofu and looked sideways at his resolute face. It was enough that he was still alive. Seniors, do you think that I can get rid of that demon god with my strength? Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. It's not what we think. It's because you are the person chosen by the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds. The divine thunder cauldron is the proof that you have the thunder martial vein and are the descendant of that person. Therefore, if there is anyone in this world who can get rid of that demon god, only you have the chance to do so, Xiao said. Senior, do you know the ancestor of the Du family? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and was full of doubts. This was not the first time he had heard someone mention a certain person, and that person seemed to be the ancestor of the Du family. Yes, he is not only an invincible supremacy, but also a peerless talent in this world. In order to suppress the evil spirit and save billions of creatures in this world, he was willing to turn into ashes. This is worthy of our respect. Nanru's face was solemn and respectful as he spoke. There was a hint of reverence in his voice. Xiao, Fui Bai, and Crazy Ol also had serious expressions. Their eyes were filled with respect that could not be erased even in ancient times. If that ancestor of your Du family is still alive, with your talent, you might not be stronger. Nanru said as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was shocked. It seemed that the Du family really had an ancestor that was once peerless in ancient times. To be able to make Nanru and the others revere him, it was enough to show his strength. More importantly, it seemed that the ancestor of the Du family was willing to sacrifice himself in order to suppress the evil spirit. With his talent that was peerless in ancient times, he was willing to sacrifice himself. How awe-inspiring was that? Seniors, what is going on? Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at Nanru, Xiao, Fui Bai, and Crazy Ol. From the moment he recognized the purple lightning profound cauldron as its master, it seemed that all of this was related to him and the Du family. Somehow, everything seemed to be entangled with him. All of this started from the ancient times of this world, and even more so from the vast universe. Nanru sat up straight, his eyes rippling as he slowly spoke. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu learned from Nanru that this world was vast and boundless. Compared to this world was no different from an ant and an elephant. It was too insignificant. Tens of thousands of years ago, the lords of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god chased after the demon god from the upper realm, but in the end, the demon god escaped into this world. The world was vast and boundless, but it was also incomparably mysterious. In this world, the experts were suppressed by the world, and the dragon god and the lords of the 3,000 worlds were also suppressed. However, the demon god had his own advantages. He was immortal in this world, and even the dragon god and the lords of the 3,000 worlds were unable to kill him, or even suppress him. At that time, there was an invincible supreme being who had surpassed the saint realm with the ultimacy of thunder and lightning. He had integrated with the world, and in the final battle between the Lord of 3,000 worlds, the dragon god, and the demon god, he had stepped forward bravely. He was willing to perish and help the Lord of 3,000 worlds and the dragon god to suppress the demon god. Before he died, he had inscribed the supreme martial vein in the body of his descendants. He had perished and turned into 36 spiritual thunders and scattered in the world. Chapter 22-22. That invincible sovereign was the ancestor of the Du clan. However, before your ancestor died, he inscribed the lightning martial vein in the bodies of the descendants of the Du clan. However, in order to ensure the safety of the descendants, he arranged for them to hide in a secret place to avoid being found by those demons. He also did something to the lightning martial vein. Only when a descendant with an invincible disposition appears will the lightning martial vein be completely awakened. Nanru said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's face was full of shock when he heard this. He never thought that the ancestor of the Du family had such a background. No wonder he always suspected that the Du family had an extraordinary ancestor. No wonder the Du family had never produced any extraordinary people in all these years, and could not be compared to the 9 great families. No wonder he could merge with the 5 spiritual thunder soul seeds. It turned out that all of this was related to the ancestor of the Du family, and the lightning martial vein. Ouyang Shuang was also shocked speechless. She was so shocked that she could not retract her jaw for a long time. She never thought that the Du family of a small border town would have such a great background. Huff. A moment later, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. No wonder those demons had been searching for the lightning martial vein since the beginning of the Divine Light Court, and finally found it from the descendants of the Du family. The ancestor of the Du family, the Lord of the 3,000 vast worlds, and the dragon god were also unable to kill the demon god. Even if I could reach the level of my ancestor, I would still be unable to deal with the demon god. Du Xiaofu said. Not to mention that it was not enough for him to grow to the level of his ancestor, even if he had the opportunity to step into the level of the ancestor of the Du family, the ancestor of the Du family, the dragon god, and the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds could only suppress the devil god for a short period of time, and they also had the help of the 9 great families. Nanru, Xiao, Fuibai, and Crazy Ol looked helpless when they heard this. We don't know either, but the Lord of the 3,000 vast worlds and the dragon gods said before they left that whoever can recognize the divine thunder cauldron as its master will have the chance to completely deal with the demon god. Nanru looked at Du Xiaofu, a glimmer of light in his eyes, and continued, there's not much time left. The demon god and the demon emperor will be able to completely recover soon. At that time, no one will be able to stop them. Not even the seniors. Du Xiaofu frowned and raised his eyebrows slightly. The Western demon shook her head and said, we are far from enough. Once that demon god fully recovers, the 5 of us will definitely not be a match for him even if we join forces. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled into a bitter smile. He felt that he had asked for nothing. Back then, even the master of the 3,000 upper worlds and the dragon god couldn't do anything. Naturally, these people wouldn't be enough. Master, even you don't have a solution. How can Xiaofu have a solution? If you ask him to deal with the demon god, aren't you just asking him to do something against his will? That's just courting death. Xiaofu almost died in the hands of the demon god. Ouyang Shuang pouted at Crazy Ol. Damned girl. Crazy Ol glared at Ouyang Shuang and said, little girl, what do you know? If the demon god recovers, the first one he will look for will be this kid. At that time, the first one to die will definitely be this kid. Ouyang Shuang's expression changed when she heard this. She said, Master, what should we do? Unless we completely deal with that demon god, there is no other way. At that time, this world will also become a demonic domain. Fu Yibai looked at Du Xiaofu and said, the most important thing now is to increase your strength. However, you have just stepped into the Saint Realm, and I'm afraid you won't be able to increase your strength in a short period of time. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened when he heard this. He had just stepped into the Saint Realm, and naturally, it would be difficult for him to make another breakthrough in a short period of time. The difference between the Saint Realm and the Saint Realm was probably greater than the difference between the beginning and the Saint Realm. It's not that there's no hope. With your talent, you have stepped into the Triflare Saint Realm this time, and you also have the Thunder Martial Vein. As long as your cultivation is enough, you can fuse with all the spiritual thunders and completely deal with the demon god. Nanru said. Triflare Saint Realm, Du Xiaofu was a bit puzzled and doubtful after hearing this. He had completely relied on his intuition to reach the Saint Realm this time, and it seemed to be quite different from others. The Tao of heaven is yin and yang, the Tao of earth is softness and firmness, and the Tao of man is benevolence and righteousness. 2 out of the 3. Your body is earth, and your primordial spirit is heaven. Finally, your body and primordial spirit will fuse together to step into the Saint Realm and achieve the Triflare Saint Realm of heaven, earth, and man. Above, you are also known as the Triflare Invincible Sovereign. With such talent, even if you were to succeed in the Triflare realm, it would be enough to cause a commotion and alarm all the races. Any one of these monstrous geniuses would be able to suppress an entire region. Nanru said. Seems very strong. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face when he heard Nanru's words. He rubbed his chin and said, in that case, even if I go to the vast world one day, I will still be an invincible existence, right? Nanru, Crazy Ol, Western Demon, and Fu Yibai all rolled their eyes at Du Xiaofu after hearing this. This brat was truly narcissistic. You think too much. In the upper realm, the ancient lineages, the 100 schools of thought, and the 9 great clans all have unfathomable supreme geniuses. They also have invincible existences. Crazy Ol looked at Du Xiaofu and said, plus, as long as the devil god is still around, you won't have the chance to go up there. After hearing this, Du Xiaofu's heart, which was floating a moment ago, immediately fell from heaven to hell. Quickly increase your strength and find all the spirit thunderbolts. Otherwise, it will be too late. The Western Demon said to Du Xiaofu, the only thing we can do is to help with all our strength. If no one can stop the demon god this time, this world will be plunged into an abyss of misery and misery. Du Xiaofu's heart was heavy. Finding all the spirit thunderbolts wasn't easy, but if he could really fuse with all the spirit thunderbolts, then his strength would definitely increase greatly. This was also the fastest way to increase his strength. I wonder if any of you seniors have any saint-grade spiritual pills, saint-grade martial skills, or heavenly treasures. These are all beneficial to my cultivation. Let's deal with the devil god together, there's no need to be too selfish. After that, Du Xiaofu looked at Nanru, Crazy Ol, Western Demon, and Fu Yibai with a smile. It would be strange if such experts didn't have anything good on them. Don't even think about saint-grade spiritual pills, heavenly treasures, saint-grade martial skills, saint-grade weapons, and so on. You're the one chosen by the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds. No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to compare to the azure spirit armor and the divine lightning cauldron. Nanru looked at Du Xiaofu helplessly and rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. With an unfriendly expression, he said, you already know what I can tell you. The rest is up to you. Go back. Chapter 22-23. Senior, I'm not picky. Just give me anything. Du Xiaofu was anxious. It was not easy for him to meet these legendary experts. If he didn't get something, he would be letting himself down. No, stop embarrassing yourself. Go back. Fu Yibai said to Du Xiaofu in a bad mood. Is there really nothing? Just give me something. Du Xiaofu looked like he wouldn't give up until he got something. There really isn't anything. Fu Yibai glared at Du Xiaofu and said. This fella was his disciple's son, after all. His shamelessness made him feel a little embarrassed. Fu Yibai, don't forget the oath you made. Du Xiaofu glared back at Fu Yibai and said, do you need me to remind you again? Big brother, there's no need. How could I forget? Fu Yibai smiled awkwardly and said to Du Xiaofu. Alright, take this. Nan Ru said. A stream of light flew out from his hand and floated in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu immediately smiled. How could Nan Ru's item be so bad? He reached out his hand and an ancient brocade box appeared in his hand. Thank you, senior. Du Xiaofu said and was about to open the box. Don't open it. Nan Ru stopped Du Xiaofu and said, this is a defense formed by the 5 of us. As long as you don't encounter a demon god at his peak, it should be enough for you to escape. If you encounter any danger, just open it. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was extremely shocked. This was definitely a good thing. The defense formed by East Deity, Nan Ru, and the others was definitely much stronger than Saint Tools and Saint Medicines. Its value was immeasurable. At a critical moment, it could save his life. Thank you, seniors. Du Xiaofu respectfully bowed. Let's go. We don't have much time left. You'll have to rely on yourself next, the Western Yao said. Master, I also want to return to the desolate country, Ouyang Shuang said to Crazy Ol. No. With the great calamity looming, the most important thing for you now is to increase your strength. The thing inside your body is very strange. We'll have to observe it for a while, Crazy Ol said to Ouyang Shuang. Senior Bei Qi is right. You stay here and I'll come back for you. Du Xiaofu said to Ouyang Shuang. In the face of the great calamity, it was indeed the best arrangement for Ouyang Shuang to stay here. The mysterious object in Ouyang Shuang's body had always been strange. It was a good opportunity for Nan Ru and the other seniors to take a good look and figure out its origins. Alright then. Looking at Du Xiaofu, although Ouyang Shuang was reluctant, she could only nod her head. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is still alive. In front of legalism, he has stepped into the saint realm and defeated the saint ancestor of legalism, Qin Yanlong. The Thunder War King, Du Tingxian, has also stepped into the saint realm. The desolate country's army is suddenly approaching the border. All the supreme talents have come out. There are several saint realm experts. Rumor has it that the old monster Green Fox has also joined the desolate country. No wonder a while ago, the desolate country's mysterious warship appeared on the Stone City and the Central River. The desolate country's elites have all come out. It's to deal with legalism. It is said that the desolate country's army is approaching the border this time. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, wants to take back his mother, Han Aodong, and sister, Du Xiaojing, who are under house arrest by legalism. As time passed, what happened in front of the gate of legalism and on the sky plane was witnessed by all the experts. It swept the world like a storm. The news that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, the Thunder War King, the Purple-Starred Demonic Dragon Emperor, the Red-Bone Horse Monkey, and the old monster Green Fox had joined the desolate country shook the tricontinent Kyushu. All the factions were shaken. Legalism has long been premeditated. The 3 ancient ancestors of the school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the famous family have all come together. They want to get rid of Du Xiaofu. The desolate country also has an ancient expert like Huolei Laozu. They also have the help of the heavenly wood divine tree. Finally, there are experts like the mysterious Zhongtong god Fu Yibai and the old madman Northern Addict. They have suppressed the famous family ancient ancestors. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, has stepped into the saint realm. The desolate country now has several saints. They also have the golden-winged great rocks behind them, as well as experts like Hulei Laozu, the heavenly wood divine tree, Zhongtong gods, and the old madman northern addict. This is a terrifying force. Legalism should be regretting it now. They should be one family, but they just had to deal with the demon king. How long has it been? The desolate country is now strong enough to suppress all of legalism. I heard that in front of the legalism's gate of legalism, the purple star demonic dragon emperor and the child of the sacred array, Chen Qingchun, slapped the legalism's face like crazy. This time, the legalism has lost all face. Legalism deserves it. When the heavens call for disaster, they can still survive, but when they call for disaster, they can't survive. The three continents, Kyushu, the Beast region, and the Yao realm were all abuzz with discussion. The desolate country's army returned to the stone city in the Million Mountains. Everyone was in high spirits. The Rock Emperor is still alive. Our Rock Emperor is still alive. The heavens have blessed our desolate country. The streets of the stone city were filled with people. The elderly and the children walked the streets. They were wild with joy and were in an uproar. News of what had happened in front of the legalism's gate spread throughout the desolate country. The entire country was in jubilation. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. You're too similar to your brother. My child, you've suffered all these years. The Du family, the old women, and the trembling old people all had hot tears in their eyes. Greetings, third aunt. Sister Xiaojing. The children were all filled with joy and curiosity. They happily surrounded Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing. Our family is finally reunited. We've waited too long for this day. May the heavens have mercy on our ancestors. An old woman with a walking stick walked up. Her wrinkled face had tears in her eyes. Even the calm Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing could not help but have tears in their eyes. Xiaofu is still alive. Our family is reunited. This is great. May the heavens have mercy on our ancestors. Du Zhixiong and Du Zhenwu were overjoyed. Du Xiaofu had returned to the stone city. He saw the crowds in the streets and heard the prayers of the elderly, women, and children. As he stood in the air, his heart trembled. Looking at the densely packed figures below, Du Xiaofu knew that they were the people he needed to protect. They were the subjects of the barren country, the disciples of the barren country. The fresh blood of the barren country would be reproduced by them. The calamity was coming. When the time came, the world would become a demon's domain. Looking at the densely packed figures below, Du Xiaofu's heart felt heavy. When the time came, where would the desolate country's disciples follow him go? The Rock Emperor. Look, it's the Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor is back. Our Rock Emperor is back. Suddenly, someone raised his head and saw Du Xiaofu. He immediately trembled and exclaimed. Chapter 22-24. It's the Rock Emperor. That's the Rock Emperor. The crowd was in an uproar. Their gazes were trembling, and some had already knelt down to pay their respects. Looking down, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a golden light. With a thought, the majestic palace in front of him trembled slightly. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling golden light soared into the sky from the depths of the majestic imperial palace. The golden light was like a rising golden sun that soared into the sky and transformed into a golden dragon shadow that roared out. The golden dragon was mighty. Clouds grew under its feet, and it was incomparably huge. Half of it shuttled through the sea of clouds, while the other half occupied the sky above the stone city. Endless golden light bloomed, and a majestic aura descended. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on top of the golden dragon. He stepped on it, and his body was shrouded in dragon aura. Golden light shone, and the vision was like a miracle. Roar, the dragon roared, revealing a mysterious and ancient aura. The aura spread throughout the entire barren country, and it was still spreading in all directions. Such an aura was too terrifying. It resonated with heaven and earth, forming a powerful and majestic force that spread across the sky. At this moment, the barren country trembled, and the dragon aura from the palace filled the sky. The golden dragon was in the sky, occupying the entire barren country. That tall and straight figure was vast and mighty in the sky. We pay our respects to the Rock Emperor. The Emperor is unparalleled, and he shall suppress all enemies. The Emperor is unparalleled, and he shall suppress all enemies. Starting from the stone city, hundreds of millions of barren country's citizens knelt down. Their voices were like thunder that reached the sky. At this moment, the entire barren country was in an uproar. That was the soul of the barren country, the Emperor of the barren country. Stepping on the golden dragon, his might shook the sky, and the heavenly aura spread in all directions. How shocking was that? Its third brother. Xiaofu is back. In the palace, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Du Zhenwu, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, the Green Fox Demon, Lian Qingrong, and many others walked out. They looked up at the shocking movement in the sky. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, and Han Aodong were also in front of the crowd. It's been hard all these years, Han Aodong looked up and said to Du Tingxian next to her. It's not hard. Du Tingxian took Han Aodong's hand. Looking at the tightly clasped hands beside him, Du Xiaojing had a satisfied smile on his moving face. On the golden dragon of void, Du Xiaofu's eyes shone brightly. He could feel the imperial palace's dragon qi increasing imperceptibly and gathering around him. That's Zhez's. Zhen. Zhenza's Nen, Dragon's Luz Nen Chuan, NNZSS Nen, SSSS Dragon Saint. Now that he had stepped into the saint plane, Du Xiaofu could feel that when his physical body was sanctified, there was the help of the imperial palace's dragon qi in his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could still feel that the dragon qi in the palace was beneficial to him. In the house of the courtyards as his courtyard. The sizzle, the aroma of meat filled the air. On a large grill and several grills, there were several pieces of demonic beast meat. Du Xiaofu was very familiar with the process. He calmly grilled the meat, and the oil sizzled. Du Xiaofu had collected this demonic beast meat when he was in the Tomb of Eternity. They were all demonic beast meat above the beast realm. As a grilled meat lover, Du Xiaofu was always ready. There were many people in the courtyard, which was not big to begin with. Zhen Qingchun, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Elder Yi, the 18 heavenly generals, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Lian Qingrong, and the other protector emissaries. The Green Fox Demon, the palace protector emissary, was also among them. Of course, the main characters were Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing. Gulp, Zhen Qingchun, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoqing, Qiangu Yu, and the others all had hot throats. They swallowed their saliva. The aroma of the meat was irresistible to them. Lian Qingrong, Yelu Han, Dugu Fenchen, and the others were the same. Their eyes were fixed on the grilled meat. At this moment, the Green Fox Demon's heart was trembling. The lineup in this small courtyard was too powerful. It was enough to sweep the world. It's done. After a while, Du Xiaofu smiled. He was done. A large piece of grilled meat wrapped in fragrant leaves was brought to Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing. He smiled and said, "Mother, Xiaojing, try it. It should taste good." Okay. Han Aodong smiled as she received the barbecued meat from Du Xiaofu's hands from Du Xiaojing. She began to eat in large bites. Her disregard for her image caused Du Tingxian to involuntarily be secretly stunned. It's delicious. Father's cooking is still the best. Zhen Qingchun, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, and Du Shaoqing all rushed forward and ate heartily. Yelu Han, Lian Qingrong, Du Gu Fenchen, and Yi Piaoling didn't hold back either. There is also wine. It has been buried under the snow for more than 5,000 years. There are only 5 jars in the world, and I brought 2. Lian Qingrong took out 2 large jars of wine from her Qinkuan bag. Before she opened the jars, the wine had already spilled out and drifted in the stone city. Those whose cultivation was not high enough would be drunk just by smelling the wine. Good stuff, this is definitely good stuff. It's hard to get even with money. Du Tingxian smiled. When it came to wine, he was a connoisseur. Looking at the 2 jars of wine, his eyes were already shining. Palace Guardian Sacred Envoy, don't be shy. From now on, the Hotian Beast Hall will rely on you. Du Xiaofu came to the side of the Green Fox Demon and personally handed over the wine and meat. Rock Emperor, you're too polite. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe nodded respectfully from the bottom of his heart. How could he not know that the Devil King in front of him could easily kill him on his own at this moment and make him submit to him? Du Xiaofu patted the Green Fox Demon on the shoulder and said with a smile, from now on, the Palace Guardian Sacred Envoy will be a member of the Barren Country. If you need anything, just tell me. The Barren Country will try its best to satisfy you with the power of the whole country. Thank you, Rock Emperor. From now on, I will do my best. The Green Fox Demon bent down and saluted respectfully. The Green Fox Demon knew that the reason why he could appear in this small courtyard at this moment was that the Demon King in front of him really regarded him as a member of the Barren Country. This was what he had chosen to do in the face of legalism. Palace Guardian Sacred Envoy, you don't have to be so polite. On the path of cultivation, you are a senior. Du Xiaofu had seen the Green Fox Demon's choice. The Green Fox Demon was a smart person. He would make his own choice. Only by sincerely submitting to Du Xiaofu could he become a great help to the Barren Country. I don't dare. On the path of cultivation, the one who reaches the top comes first. Rock Emperor, you make me feel ashamed. The Green Fox Demon smiled bitterly. He was absolutely sincere. He knew how abnormal the little Demon King in front of him was. Although he had just stepped into the Saint Realm, he could defeat all the cultivators in the same realm. Even Qin Yanlong was no match for him, let alone the Green Fox Demon. If it were in the past, the Green Fox Demon could still pretend to be old. However, at this moment, the Green Fox Demon was also in the Saint Realm. He had no right to pretend to be old. On the path of cultivation, the one who reaches the top comes first. This had never changed since ancient times. In the courtyard, the fragrance of wine and meat filled the air. All the supreme talents in this small courtyard did not care about their image at all. They acted like bandits and did not show any courtesy to anyone. The taste of the wine and barbecue was not only irresistible, but also greatly beneficial to the people present who had reached the domain realm. It was late at night. The bright moon was high in the sky, and the moonlight was like silk. In the courtyard, everyone who had eaten their fill left one after another. There was energy surging in their bodies that needed to be refined immediately. Grandma, Aunt Xiaojing, I'm leaving first. Godmother, Sister Xiaojing, I'm leaving too. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoqing, and the others left. They drank until their cheeks were red. They ate until their bellies were full and they burped. I'm very happy. Only the family of 4 were left in the courtyard. Du Tingxian tossed the wine pot in his hand to Du Xiaofu, who was beside him. His handsome face was flushed. No one knew whether it was because the wine was too strong or because he had drunk too much tonight. Chapter 22-25. I'm also very happy. Du Xiaofu took the wine jug and took a big gulp. Then, he passed the jug back to Du Tingxian. Although he was still thinking about the demon god, he was indeed very happy. He also knew what his alcoholic father was happy about. Since he was young, his alcoholic father had always been drinking alone in this courtyard. Every year, on the 15th day of the 8th month, he would find him to drink a few mouthfuls. And now, the family was finally reunited. I'm very proud to have a son like you. As expected of my son, Du Tingxian. Du Tingxian took the wine jug and took another big gulp. I'm also very proud to have a father like you. Du Xiaofu said. He was already used to the way the father and son interacted. Drink a few mouthfuls with me. I'm really happy today. Okay. Actually, your alcohol tolerance might not be as good as mine. Impossible. I was the one who taught you how to drink. There's a saying that goes, the student surpasses the master. In the courtyard, the moonlight poured down. The father and son drank one mouthful after another. Looking at the father and son, Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing smiled at each other and quietly accompanied them. When your grandmaster and senior Bei Qi came to find you, they should have mentioned the origin of the thunder vein to you, right? Suddenly, Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu. His bright red face became serious. You already knew the identity of senior Bei Qi and that old man Fui Bai? Du Xiaofu asked. I found out at the same time as you. Du Tingxian shook his head and said to Du Xiaofu, but I already knew that your grandmaster purposely stayed in the Du family to find the thunder vein. And I was the person your grandmaster chose. He hoped that I could completely awaken the thunder vein. His voice paused for a moment. Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled embarrassedly. Actually, there's something I've been sorry about. We're father and son. There's no need to say so much. Du Xiaofu smiled at Du Tingxian and asked, but I'm still curious. What do you have that you can't let me down? Do you still remember when you were 5 or 6 years old? That storm. Du Tingxian paused as he watched Du Xiaofu's reaction. I remember. I was struck by lightning once. How could Du Xiaofu not remember? During that sudden storm, he was trying to comprehend the mysterious technique on the stone tablet when a drought lightning suddenly struck the stone tablet. In the end, the stone tablet was fine, but he suffered an unexpected calamity. He was struck by lightning and fell into a coma for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. However, it was also because of that lightning strike that the 3 of them were able to enter that wonderful state of comprehension. The mysterious talisman engravings on the stone tablet that were related to the mysterious move also appeared in their minds along with the lightning strike, allowing them to comprehend it. Actually, that day, I was awakening the thunder martial vein. I was careless and struck you. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll feel uneasy for the rest of my life. Du Tingxian smiled at Du Xiaofu and continued, later, when you were in a daze in front of the stone tablet, even I almost thought that you were struck by lightning. I felt uneasy for a period of time. You, hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned. He stared at Du Tingxian tightly. It was as if a herd of wild beasts were roaring in his heart and could not be calmed down for a long time. Phew, after a while, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. He looked at Du Tingxian and said snappily, forget it. Who asked you to be my father? Of course, I'm your father. Du Tingxian laughed. So, the stone coffin in the ancestral shrine was also your doing? Du Xiaofu looked at Du Tingxian and suddenly remembered that he would climb out of the stone coffin in the ancestral shrine every once in a while. No one would believe him when he told them, and they even thought that he was a fool. Yes, that stone coffin is a treasure that can cleanse the marrow and bones. It was discovered by your grandmaster. I've been cleansing my marrow and bones since I was young. Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu and said, at that time, an ancestor of legalism said that you were born with an incomplete martial vein, but I know that's not the case. You were seriously injured by those people of legalism and your vitality was endless. You shook the heaven and earth and caused a vision. Divine lightning fell from the sky and the heavenly might descended. You were protected by the heaven and earth, so how could you be mediocre? I already knew that the Du family has a great origin. The son of Du Tingxian, is not an innocent bystander. Du Xiaofu's eyes were a little wet. His drunkard father had been silently protecting him since he was young. In the face of the calamity, our Du family has the thunder vein and a great origin. We will bear the brunt of it. Father and son, we will fight side by side. Even if we can't stop the calamity, we will protect the peace. Du Tingxian said as he patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Father, brother, me too. Don't forget that I'm a natural holy venerable and have awakened the thunder vein. I'm also a member of the Du family. Du Xiaojing's beautiful figure walked over. Her ethereal eyes shone like stars on her extraordinary face. Me too. Our family will never be separated again. Han Aodong walked over with a satisfied smile on her beautiful face. Our family will never be separated again. Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at his drunkard father, mother, and sister beside him. At this moment, he felt very comfortable. I must increase my strength as soon as possible to stop that demonic god. Du Xiaofu's conviction in the depths of his heart grew stronger. His family was finally reunited, and he had to protect them all. The night passed slowly. Early in the morning, everything was silent. The morning light on the eastern horizon slowly soaked into the light blue sky. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness before dawn, it crossed the mountains and finally enveloped the stone city. Phew! Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, withdrew his hand seal and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His eyes shone with golden light as he stretched his back. He felt indescribably comfortable. Rock Emperor, many people are here. There are Elder Qin Yang and Sect Master Sima Tuxing from the Ancient Heaven Sect, Elder Tang Miling from the Hehuan School, and young Sect Master Mu from the Saman Sword Sect. Li Shui reported that many people from the Barren Country had come to congratulate the Barren Country. They were able to receive ordinary guests, but guests like Mu Jianchen from the Ancient Heaven Sect, Hehuan School, and Saman Sword Sect had to be reported. Master, you're here. Du Xiaofu smiled, and then disappeared. Li Shui looked at the disappearing figure and smiled. She had known the Demon King's character since their time at the Tianwu Academy. Under his ferocious and domineering appearance, he had always protected his elders and the people around him with his life. Even now that he had stepped into the Saint Realm and was one of the top experts in the world, he still respected his master without the slightest arrogance. Du Xiaofu met his master Feng Qingyang, senior Sima Tuxing, the Golden Rock Domain Master, and other elders of the Ancient Heaven Sect in a side hall of the palace. Ha! Gu Qingyang laughed, his two front teeth protruding out of his mouth. After hearing the news, he immediately rushed to the Barren Country. After chatting with his master Gu Qingyang, senior Sima Tuxing, and the Golden Rock Domain Master for a while, Du Xiaofu went to see Tang Miling and the others, accompanied by Ji Jian and the others. She didn't come. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised when he didn't see Su Muxin. Master is cultivating in seclusion. Ji Jian said, and then an unfathomable light fell from her eyes. She still remembered that when they were in Tianchuan City, the person in front of her was already unreachable. Do you miss junior sister? I know she wants to come too. I really don't understand you guys. Tang Miling said. Over the years, as her cultivation improved, she became more and more charming and seductive. After a while, I will go to Munchu to see her. Du Xiaofu thought of that beautiful figure in his mind. After a while, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar faces, Mu Jianchen, Yuzheng Tongxian, Feng Wuxia, Mu Qingge, Bailey Wuya, and the others. There was also Hua Zimo, who had an extraordinary relationship with the Barren Country. They were accompanied by Yi Piaoling and the others. When Du Xiaofu arrived, everyone stood up and saluted. Their eyes were shocked, but they were not too restrained. They had fought side by side in the past, and their friendship had long reached the point where it had nothing to do with strength. This is too abnormal. The Saint Realm, I don't know when we will be able to set foot in it. Mu Jianchen and the others stared at Du Xiaofu and carefully sized him up, unable to recover for a long time. The Golden-Winged Rock clan is here. Such a voice resounded throughout the entire stone city. Golden light expanded from the sky as one figure after another swept over. The formless tyrannical aura shook the heavens. The ones in the lead were Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Kaling. The Phoenix clan is here to pay a visit to Huolei Laozu and the Rock Emperor. The Confucian school is here to pay a visit to Huolei Laozu and the Witch Sovereign. The Taoist school is here to pay a visit to Huolei Laozu and the Rock Emperor. The School of Agriculture is here to pay a visit to the Master of Fire Thunder and the Rock Emperor. Following that, the stone city was shaken and did not calm down. Various powers came to pay a visit and congratulate. Needless to say, the Golden-Winged Rock clan came directly and did not treat themselves as outsiders. The Phoenix clan, Confucian school, Taoist school, School of Agriculture, School of Moism, School of Yin-Yang, and even the School of Buddhism came. Chapter 22-26. Zixuan, Huang Linger, and Feng Han of the Phoenix clan did not come, but Saint Feng Qi came with Du Xiaohuang. The Confucian school also sent many people, led by the divine ancestor Mo Chiha. His hair was combed into a high bun, and his face was ruddy, as if he always had a smile on his face. Zhou Xiaoluo was nowhere to be seen, but the divine ancestor Jiang Yuechan was in the lead. His hair was white, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. Sima Muhan and Mo Runan were not among the Mahist school, but the divine ancestor Hu Xuanhu was in the lead. The Taoist school's divine ancestor Qing Feng also came with a smile on his face. The Buddhist school's Saint Realm Old Monk was in the lead, and there were also level 9 spirits. These Saint Realm experts came to visit, including Du Tingxian and Du Xiaojing. After all, they were Saint Realm experts. Little Demon Du and Little Star, these two fellows, for some unknown reason, also appeared. The old monster Green Fox was now the Barren Nation's guardian's sacred envoy, so the Saint Realm experts of the 9 great families naturally had to show up. Of course, Huolei Laozu was not in the mood to pay attention to them. He had been cultivating in seclusion in the Barren Nation's palace. Huolei Laozu did not even need to show up with the Barren Nation's lineup. It was enough to make all the major forces tremble. Other than the Barren Nation, who else could bring out such a huge lineup? There were several Saint Realm cultivators. Saint Feng Qi and the others were even more clearly aware that even though Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, and Du Xiaojing had only recently broken through to the Saint Realm, these 4 people were all abnormal existences. It was especially so for Du Xiaofu. News of his battle with Qin Yanlong of the legalism school had long spread. Back then, Du Xiaofu had been able to dominate his peers. He had not yet become a saint, but he had been able to contend with a saint. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had stepped into the saint realm and caused a phenomenon in the world. How could Saint Feng Qi, Daoist Qing Feng, and the others not know how strong he was? They didn't think that they were much stronger than Qin Yanlong. Du Xiaofu met the people from the various major forces. Saint Feng Qi, Daoist Qing Feng, Jiang Yuechan, Hu Xuanhu, and the other Saint Realm experts were even more polite than before. Grandma is in seclusion. Grandpa said that you should send a message to the clan if there's anything. Don't take risks, Jialo Kaling said to Du Xiaofu. All right. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly, but his heart was filled with warmth. He then asked about the situation of the rocks and learned that his grandmother, Garuda Mola, was in seclusion, attempting to enter the Saint Plain. Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie, in the backyard of the Du family, the figures of Little Xingxing and Du Xiaohuang were everywhere, and their clear voices resounded. The Phoenix clan, Confucian school, Daoist school, School of Agriculture, school of Buddhism, and others left after congratulating them. Several days later, the golden-winged great rocks and the ancient heaven sect's people also returned home. Tang Miling of the Hehuan school and Mu Jianshan of the Saiman sword sect also returned to Shangzhou. The desolate country once again regained its relative peace for a short time. In the following period, Du Xiaofu stayed in the Du family every day, accompanied by little Xingxing, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaoqing. The family was peaceful and warm. However, this peace didn't last long. Du Xiaofu knew that he didn't have much time left. There were some things that he had to do. Night fell, and the last trace of red in the sky dissipated into the horizon. Du Xiaofu met with Huolei Laozu in the secret chamber of the imperial palace. You have fulfilled one of the conditions that you mentioned. There is another one left. Is it time to do it now? Huolei's red and blue electric arc eyes seemed to be able to see through Du Xiaofu. Yes, I need you to stay here and accompany me. Du Xiaofu nodded. There were some things that needed to be done as soon as possible. Okay, when do you leave? Huolei nodded. I don't know the place yet, but I should be able to find some information. Du Xiaofu said. The moonlight shone on the imperial palace, making it look like a dream. In the imperial palace, the huge dark seeker herb and the immortal grass emitted light, illuminating the stone city in the moonlight. In the depths of the imperial palace, where the dragon veins gathered, the imperial palace was full of dragon qi. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaofu, and the old monster green fox appeared. What a rich imperial palace dragon qi! The old monster green fox had sharp eyes. He was shocked by the rich imperial palace dragon qi. He had never seen such a surging imperial palace dragon qi. If he could cultivate here for a period of time, he would definitely benefit greatly, even though he had reached the holy beast realm. Suddenly, the old monster of the green fox tribe saw a spiritual long sword hovering above the main hall. The shadow of a golden dragon was entrenched in it. The golden light was like a rising sun, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. It seemed to be affecting the heaven and earth, and its might was spreading. At this moment, when the old monster green fox took a look at this spiritual sword, he secretly trembled for no reason. What a terrifying sword! The old monster green fox's heart trembled. This sword was not simple. This is the seal of the barren nation. The imperial palace dragon qi here is rich. If you have time in the future, you can come here to cultivate, Du Xiaofu said when he saw the old monster green fox's shock. This is the seal of the barren nation. The old monster green fox was shocked. He had seen a lot of seals of the barren nation, but this was the first time he had seen this kind of seal of the barren nation. It gathered the dragon veins, was nourished by the imperial palace dragon qi, and was protected by heaven. No wonder this sword made him tremble. However, after the shock, the old monster green fox was secretly pleasantly surprised. If he could cultivate here in the future, he would benefit immensely. Dad, what are we doing here? Little Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked Du Xiaofu. Protect me. I need to do something. Du Xiaofu said to little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the old monster green fox. His face became serious. In this hall, the imperial palace dragon qi lingered around him. With the power of heaven and earth, he was filled with great majesty for no reason. Okay. Looking at the serious expression on Du Xiaofu's face, Du Xiaoyao, the old monster green fox, and little Xingxing also became serious, especially little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao. It was rare for them to see Du Xiaofu so serious. It seemed that this matter was not a trivial matter. Hiss. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu rushed out and sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. Little Xingxing, the old monster green fox, and Du Xiaoyao also became serious. They stood guard outside the hall. Phew, after taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a flash of lightning, and he formed a handprint in his hands. Boom, suddenly, the hall trembled, and the imperial palace dragon chi surged. A faint dragon roar could be heard from the entrenched Hegemon shadow. In the courtyard of the Du family, Du Tingxian looked into the depths of the imperial palace. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were calm but deep. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the old monster green fox are all here. The space fluctuated, and Du Xiaojing quietly appeared beside Du Tingxian. She looked into the depths of the imperial palace. The auras of little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the old monster green fox could not escape her detection. Chapter 22-27. In the main hall of the imperial palace, Du Xiaofu condensed his handprints, causing the imperial dragon qi to fluctuate. When the last handprint was condensed, silver gold lightning arcs flashed across his eyes, and a white light whizzed out of his body like divine light, shaking the main hall. Sizzle, bolts of lightning shuttled back and forth. Instantly, with Du Xiaofu at the center, silver gold bolts of lightning fluctuated in the surroundings within the hall, and they were dense and covered in dazzling talisman markings. Bolts of lightning poured down like a waterfall and enveloped Du Xiaofu within it, causing lightning to crackle without end. It's the spiritual thunder. The old monster green fox, who was outside the main hall, could not help but look back in astonishment. Boom! At the same time, a vast primordial spirit aura soared into the sky from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the main hall to tremble and sweep out, accompanied by lightning and thunder. If Du Xiaofu had set up restrictions around the main hall, the entire stone city would have been greatly affected at this moment. The power of his primordial spirit is too terrifying. Even so, the old monster green fox was stunned by the impact of the vast primordial spirit power. The Demon King's body was too incredible. His physical body was abnormal, his combat strength was abnormal, and the power of his primordial spirit was also extremely abnormal. In the main hall, as the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit swept out from his body, his eyes had quietly closed, and the vast qi aura around him gradually calmed down. Du Xiaofu sat quietly with his legs crossed. At this moment, there was no longer any light on his body. Everything returned to calmness, like an old monk who had entered meditation. However, at this moment, a cluster of flames and lightning arcs began to flicker in the center of Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. No one knew that in Du Xiaofu's mud pill palace, the soul seed of the 3,000 quaking thunder, which had been silent all this time, began to glow as if it had awakened. The flames and lightning arcs seemed to be burning, becoming more and more brilliant. At a closer look, a strand of silver gold lightning from Du Xiaofu's crimson pheasant monkey landed on the 3,000 thunder soul seed, activating it and reviving it. Within the hall, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. In fact, Du Xiaofu was trying something he had never done before. He was trying to find the whereabouts of his master, Xiahou Fenglei. The family had been reunited. Du Xiaofu did not forget that his master was still in the hands of the devil religion and his whereabouts were unknown. When the 7-star hall was destroyed, Du Xiaofu swore that he would find his master one day. As a disciple, Du Xiaofu never dared to forget his master. Du Xiaofu knew that his master was still alive, judging from the imprint on the 3,000 thunder soul seed that was still in his Naiwan palace. Over the years, Du Xiaofu had been honing his skills along the way. All he wanted was to reunite with his family and rescue his master from the devil religion. The devil religion was mysterious. No one knew its whereabouts, not even the 9 great families, dragons, or phoenixes. This time, Du Xiaofu had inquired about the devil religion's whereabouts from Saint Feng Qi and Taoist Qing Feng, but to no avail. It was already difficult to find the devil religion, not to mention a person who had fallen into the hands of the devil religion. Under normal circumstances, Du Xiaofu knew that it would be difficult for him to succeed. It would not be easy for him to find his master's whereabouts. However, the soul seed of the 3,000 repelling thunderbolts had always been with him. Now that he had stepped into the saint realm, his primordial spirit had also become a saint like his physical body. Du Xiaofu wanted to give it a try. With the help of his primordial spirit and the soul seed of the 3,000 repelling thunderbolts, it was not impossible to find the exact location of his master, Xiahou Fenglei. Du Xiaofu had been pondering for a long time. Back then, his master, Xiahou Fenglei, had placed the 3,000 vibrating thunder soul seed in his body, but he did not cut off the connection. Strictly speaking, the 3,000 vibrating thunder soul seed still belonged to his master, Xiahou Fenglei. There was naturally an invisible connection between the two, and there would be an invisible mark. This mark and connection would only disappear when his master, Xiahou Fenglei, had completely fallen. However, if he wanted to use the 3,000 thunder soul seed to find his master, Du Xiaofu would need a vast amount of yuan spirit power. Even when he had reached the level of immortality, he did not do it. On the one hand, his yuan spirit power was not enough. On the other hand, with his cultivation strength at that time, even if he knew the whereabouts of his master, Du Xiaofu knew that he could do nothing. There was no way he could save his master from the devil religion. Now that he had reached the sage realm and had Du Xiaoyao, Xingxing, the old monster green fox, and Huolei Laozu by his side, Du Xiaofu decided to do it. When Du Xiaofu negotiated with Huolei Laozu, he wanted to reach the sage realm one day and save his master from the devil religion with Huolei Laozu. The demon god and the 9 great demon emperors were already recovering. If he went to the devil religion at this time, he would definitely be in a very dangerous situation. However, Du Xiaofu thought that the devil religion had not taken action yet. Those demon emperors and demon gods must also be recovering. If he knew the whereabouts of his master at this time, with his strength, Huolei Laozu, and the others, he could take them by surprise and end the battle quickly. At that time, he would definitely have a chance to save his master and escape unscathed. Now, the most important thing was to know the whereabouts of his master, the venerable weapon. Du Xiaofu entered the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds with the power of his spirit, trying to find the whereabouts of his master, the venerable weapon. Originally, the spiritual thunder soul seeds were the natural nemesis of the spirit. Du Xiaofu's spirit had several kinds of spiritual thunder soul seeds in it. The spiritual thunder soul seeds absolutely repelled each other and all of them wanted to devour each other. It was difficult for Du Xiaofu to find his master's whereabouts in the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds with the power of his spirit. However, Du Xiaofu was also confident. The 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds had been in his mud pill palace for a long time and had long been used to his spirit. With the current power of his spirit, it was enough to suppress the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds and make them obedient. As Du Xiaofu expected, with his current strength and the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds in his mud pill palace, he entered the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds with the power of his spirit. Although he was resisted, he was able to forcibly suppress and guide the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds. It was a daunting experience and went smoothly. Walala, after suppressing the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds, Du Xiaofu's spirit directly entered the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds. In an instant, it was as if his eyes were dazzled. It was as if he was in an illusion. A bright flaming arc of lightning appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was vast and boundless. Roar! A fire beast the size of a baby appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's spirit. Its entire body was covered with bright flaming arcs of lightning. It was crystal clear. Its wings were like thunder wings. It had the head of a lion and the body of a phoenix. It roared. This was the transformation of the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seed. Du Xiaofu immediately gathered the power of his spirit and directly plunged it into the glabella of the strange beast. Chapter 22-28. Roar, the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit rushed in. With a roar, the soul seed beast immediately closed its eyes and an invisible wave of energy spread out. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be shuttling through a crack in the void. It was pitch black all around, and there seemed to be a faint spark of electricity in front of him. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate. The power of his primordial spirit rushed forward as if he was shuttling through time and space. The spark of electricity in front of him seemed to be right in front of him, but in fact, it was extremely far away. Du Xiaofu was extremely careful and did not dare to be careless. The power of his primordial spirit moved forward cautiously. There could not be any accidents. If he failed, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but his primordial spirit would also be severely injured. More importantly, he could not afford to fail. At this moment, time seemed to have lost its meaning. It was very long, but also like an instant. The spark of electricity in front of him became more and more intense. The light screen spread out, like the exit of a passage. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit shuttled through the spark of electricity carefully. In an instant, the space widened. A wave of sinister energy filled the space, accompanied by a strong evil aura. The next moment, a huge dark space appeared in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. It was covered in dark clouds and filled with demonic qi. It was terrifying and eerie. There were many mountains and many strange plants growing there. It gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. There were several towering mountains that were gathered together. They were densely covered with strange dark talisman runes. There was a huge black palace on top of these mountains. It was so huge that it was terrifying. In front of it, a giant beast that was thousands of feet long seemed extremely small. A familiar aura. When his primordial spirit swept across the huge and terrifying hall, Du Xiaofu immediately felt a familiar aura coming from the depths of the huge hall. The aura was the same as the 3,000 thunder that he was connected to. They were invisibly connected. Master. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit trembled. He immediately followed the aura and rushed toward the hall. There were many demonic beasts and evil spirits in front of the hall. Their eyes were blood red and their auras were terrifying. At this moment, there was no reaction. They could not sense Du Xiaofu's approach. Inside the hall, there was a flickering light screen. Huge stone pillars were densely covered with ferocious demonic beasts and strange talisman patterns. It made people tremble for no reason. The hall was Tu Xiaofu Xiaofu. Demonic beasts and evil spirits were of powerful demonic beasts and evil spirits occupied. Following the familiar fluctuation of aura, Du Xiaofu passed through it, and he quickly arrived at an enormous and dim hall. This large hall was vast and towered into the peak of a mountain. At the center of the large hall, there were 3 figures seated cross-legged. Their bodies were shrouded in dense demonic qi as they surrounded a stone pillar that was 5 feet in diameter. On this stone pillar, strange talisman runes were densely covered, emitting a terrifying aura. On the stone pillar, there was a figure covered in blazing flames and electric arcs. At a closer look, there was a figure wrapped within the fiercely burning electric arcs. His long black hair was disheveled and draped over his shoulders. Electric arcs were emitted from his body. He appeared to be around 50 years old. His crimson long robes also seemed to have flames rising at this moment. The strange talisman patterns on the stone pillar were like chains that tightly wrapped around the figure. They passed through the old man's forehead and emitted a strange aura. The blazing flames and electric arcs burning on the old man's body were unable to destroy the strange talisman patterns. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit trembled violently when he saw the old man's figure. The old man's face was slightly older than before. However, how could Du Xiaofu forget that this was his master? He had been captured by the devil religion and had been imprisoned here. Looking at the old man's face being bound by the devil qi, it was a great pain and torture. This was his master, who had treated him like his own son. Seeing his master being treated like this, Du Xiaofu's heart ached and a monstrous chill spread out. At this moment, the closed eyes of the weapon venerable seemed to have sensed something. His eyes trembled under the cover of his messy hair, and then he slowly struggled to open his eyes. His eyes, which were supposed to be filled with flames and lightning, were now a bit muddy and dim. Seeing his master open his eyes, Du Xiaofu finally couldn't help it. He used the power of his origin soul to take the form of a figure. His body trembled as he landed in the hall and knelt down on one knee. His voice was hoarse and trembling as he said, "Master, disciple is unfilial and has made you suffer." When Du Xiaofu's illusory primordial spirit appeared, the eyes of the weapon saint froze and his body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the young man kneeling in front of him, the venerable weapon master's eyes began to flicker with flame runes under his thick eyebrows. From the depths of his throat, he said in a hoarse voice, "Xiaofu, my disciple." "Master." Du Xiaofu's voice trembled. His heart-wrenching pain completely erupted when he heard his master's voice. Good, with such a disciple, even if I, Xiahou Fenglei, die, it will be worth it." Xiahou Fenglei smiled as lightning surged around his body. How could he not know how strong and powerful a primordial spirit was for a primordial spirit to appear here? It hadn't been long, but this little guy had already reached this step. It was likely that he had already stepped into the legendary realm. "Master, your disciple will definitely come to save you as soon as possible." Du Xiaofu's eyes were red and his voice was choked with sobs. "No, this place is not as simple as you think. Hurry up and leave. With a disciple like you, I, Xiahou Fenglei, have no regrets in my life." The weapon saint shook his head. His disciple was no longer the same as before, but he also knew that this place was not ordinary. "Kid, hurry up and leave. A devil king is coming." At the same time, Huolei Zi's voice came out from Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. "Master, your disciple will definitely come back to save you." Du Xiaofu's voice was firm and firm. As his voice fell, his eyes trembled and the illusory primordial spirit suddenly disappeared. Swish, as Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit disappeared, a hair-raising aura suddenly appeared in the hall. The space distorted and a middle-aged man in armor walked out. He didn't look old, but his black hair reached his shoulders. He had a strong body and strange runes flashed on his black armor. He was one of the 9 devil kings of the devil religion, the Jiu Devil Emperor. "He's really here." Looking at the place where Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had just disappeared, the Jiu Devil Emperor's eyes were gloomy. Then, he turned around and looked at the weapon saint, Xiahou Fenglei, and said, "Keeping you alive is indeed useful. It seems that you're really important to that kid. However, this time, he's dead for sure. He won't be able to return. If my disciple was so easy to deal with, you wouldn't have waited until today." The weapon saint looked at the Jiu Devil Emperor and said. Chapter 22-29. If it weren't for the spiritual thunder in your body, you wouldn't be qualified to be here. I can turn you into ashes with a single finger. When that kid comes, there's no point in keeping you alive. It's finally time to harvest the large amount of resources I've invested in you. Jiu Demon Emperor said gloomily. "I feel that sooner or later, you'll die at the hands of my disciple." "Perhaps, that day is not far away," Weapon Master said flatly. "When that kid comes, it'll be the end of you and your disciple." Jiu Demon Emperor's face twitched gloomily, and then he disappeared. A smile surfaced on the face of the venerated equipment master, who was wrapped in a fierce flame, as he watched the disappearing figure of the Jiu Demon Emperor. The fact that the Demon Emperor placed such importance on him, to the point that he could not forget about him, was enough to show that his disciple had likely caused the Devil's Sect to suffer a lot, leaving the Devil's Sect helpless. "Xiaofu is my disciple. You must be careful." Weapon Master Xiahou Fenglei frowned immediately. He knew his disciple's character and temper very well. How could he not come? Even if he knew that this place was extremely dangerous, he would still come. Hula, in the middle of Weapon Master's frowning brows, the mysterious runes on the mysterious chain of runes kept flashing like flowing water. It seemed that something was constantly flowing into his mind, causing the blazing arcs of lightning around him to burn even brighter. In the desolate country, Du Xiaofu had been sitting cross-legged in the main hall of the palace, like an old monk in meditation. Qi. A wave of primordial spirit vibrated around Du Xiaofu, and the blazing arcs of lightning between his eyebrows gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. If I'm not wrong, your master is imprisoned in one of the Devil Emperor palaces. Huolei Zi said in Du Xiaofu's mind. He had entered Du Xiaofu's Naiwan palace in advance to help Du Xiaofu find weapon master Xiahou Fenglei at the critical moment. However, Du Xiaofu had already succeeded on his own. At the last moment, when Du Xiaofu lost control of his emotions, he reminded Du Xiaofu that a Devil Emperor was coming. The situation seems to be a little better than I imagined. The Devil Emperors of the Devil religion all have Devil Emperor palaces, and each Devil Emperor palace should only be guarded by one Devil Emperor. If we encounter that Devil God, it will be really troublesome. Huolei Zi recognized the Devil Emperor palace with Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. He also learned of Du Xiaofu's purpose from the Devil Emperor palace. He frowned slightly and continued, however, with the Devil Emperor's strength, I'm afraid that he has already discovered your tracks. He will definitely be prepared and waiting for you to go rescue him. No matter what, we have to go rescue my master. The Devil Emperor probably won't expect us to be so fast. If we end the battle quickly, we might have a chance. Thinking of his master who was imprisoned in the palace, Du Xiaofu felt a heart-wrenching pain. No matter what, he had to rescue his master and end the battle quickly. He might have a chance, but when the devil gods and devil emperors recovered, the chances would be even slimmer. If we take them by surprise and end the battle quickly, we might have a chance. Master Huolei thought about it and agreed with Du Xiaofu. He raised his eyebrows and red and blue lightning flashed in his eyes. He said, however, if we can invite the old rock from the golden-winged rocks, the old tree from the Fang family, and the old bird from the Phoenix family, then our chances will be even higher. Huolei Zi knew about the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the golden-winged Great Peng clan. His relationship with the Fang Ji clan wasn't bad either. Also, the relationship between the dragon and the Phoenix clan wasn't trivial. If Du Xiaofu could ask, it wouldn't be a big problem. At that time, he would be much more relaxed and safe. It's too late. Let's ask those seniors. I'm afraid that the Devil Emperor will be fully prepared. Du Xiaofu shook his head. If the Devil Emperor of the Devil Emperor's palace really found them, he would definitely be fully prepared. If they asked the golden-winged Great Peng clan, the Great Luan sect, and Mount Wudong for help, the Devil Emperor would have more time to prepare. At this moment, with their strength and Huolei Laozu's help, they would have the greatest chance to launch a surprise attack at lightning speed. All right. Huolei Zi's face twitched when he heard that. He looked very helpless. Everything in the main hall calmed down and the mighty aura dissipated. Is the Rock Emperor all right? The old monster Green Fox stuck his head out of the main hall and asked Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing, who were next to him. Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing also looked serious. They had rarely seen Du Xiaofu take something so seriously. Looking at what happened just now, they were quite suspicious and nervous at this moment. Hiss, it was also at this moment that Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he stood up. Father! Rock Emperor! Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the old monster Green Fox came to Du Xiaofu's side. The three of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry. I need your help. It should be quite dangerous. Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. What else haven't you done? Go. Du Xiaoyao nodded. There's nothing to be afraid of. Little Xingxing didn't take it seriously. Du Xiaofu smiled at Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. Naturally, he had nothing to say to Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. My master, Xiahou Fenglei, the venerable weapon, was captured by the devil religion. He is now in a devil emperor's palace, guarded by a devil emperor. As his disciple, I dare not forget my master's kindness. I can't let my master suffer anymore, so I want to go to the devil emperor's palace to save him. Du Xiaofu looked at the old monster green fox and said seriously, "You are the guardian sage of the heavenly beast palace, but this is my personal matter and it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, I have to inform you. If it is inconvenient for you to go, I won't blame you. If you can help me, I will remember your kindness and be very grateful." The old monster green fox was a little surprised. He had heard that the master of the demon king, Du Xiaofu, was an elder of the ancient heaven sect. He guessed that the master of the ancient heaven sect was just a nominal master of the demon king. Even the Mo family behind the ancient heaven sect could not train such an abnormal disciple, let alone the small ancient heaven sect. At this moment, hearing that the demon king had another master, the old monster green fox became curious. What kind of master is he to be able to train such an abnormal disciple? Is he a super master who has been living in seclusion? Rock Emperor, you are too polite. Of course, I will go with you. I will go through fire and water and die 1,000 times. Although the old monster green fox was surprised, he naturally knew that he should make this choice. If Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing went with him, it was enough to prove how important this matter was to the demon king. Once he succeeded, his position in the desolate country would be firmly established. Hearing the old monster green fox's words, Du Xiaofu smiled. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu disappeared from the main hall. Now, they needed to attack as quickly as possible. They had to race against time. Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, and the old monster green fox followed closely and disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 figures rose into the sky from the main hall of the imperial palace like lightning and appeared in the void. Although I don't know what you want to do, I am your father. I won't hold you back. We are a family. Let me do something for my brother. Suddenly, these voices were heard, and the void fluctuated. Du Tingxian and Du Xiaojing appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the other 3. In the moonlit night, their eyes were dazzling with lightning. One of them was as tall and straight as a spear, looking extraordinary. The other was graceful and charming, like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. With the moonlight pouring down and her hair swaying slightly, she looked otherworldly. Okay. Looking at the 2 figures in front of him, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and nodded. Du Xiaofu didn't want to disturb his drunkard father and sister who had just reunited, but now it seemed that he was treating them as outsiders. When he saw Du Tingxian and Du Xiaojing, the old monster green fox was even more confident. The old monster green fox was well aware that Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, and Du Xiaojing were the demon king's family. He was also one of them. If he succeeded, he would have a real place in the desolate country. The moonlight shone in the sky, casting a dim yellow light on the surroundings. The magnificent imperial palace stood in the night like a golden island. 6 figures were in the sky, and 6 vast and terrifying auras were quietly fluctuating. Master, I'm coming. In the void, Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and a gust of coldness surged. Whoosh, 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 then, the 6 figures tore through the void and disappeared in an instant. The night was dark. The mountains were connected, the rocks overlapped, and the courtyard was fluctuating with a terrifying aura. Under the dim moonlight, 2 young men were wrapped in moksha aura. One of them looked to be in his 30s, and his young face was extremely gloomy. The latter had blonde hair, and his handsome face was a little pale. There was still a strange and gorgeous charm in the depths of his terrifying eyes. These 2 people were Shen Yan from the mysterious talisman sect and Dongli Chi Huang, who had been thought to be dead for a long time. I didn't expect him to not only survive but also step into the Saint Realm. Shen Yan sneered, and his gloomy voice echoed in the deep valley. They had seen with their own eyes that the Demon King was killed by the Demon God. They didn't expect him to appear again. Well, he is destined to die in my hands. Dongli Chihuang's eyes emitted a terrifying light in the night with expectation. If he didn't kill him with his own hands, he would not be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Even if he steps into the Saint Realm, we still have a chance. The catastrophe is coming, and the world will fall into the demon's domain. The 9 families, the Phoenix clan, and the dragons can't even protect themselves. Then, it will be our best chance. Shen Yan looked up at the night sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 22:30. I can finally kill him with my own hands. When he sees that I'm still alive, I'm sure the expression on his face will be amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. Dongli Chihuang's eyes shone with a cold light as the murderous aura on his body fluctuated, causing the wind to blow and the clouds to surge. Black clouds covered the moon, as if a peerless demon had been born. In the void, the surroundings were pitch black, but there was a faint white glow. Whoosh whoosh, several figures shuttled through the void, stirring up violent spatial turbulence and forming a spatial storm that tore through the void. Even if a peak domain realm cultivator was swept up by this spatial storm, he would be torn to pieces. Just the air currents that shot out from the spatial storm alone were enough to pierce through the void and cut open the physical body of a domain realm expert. Tearing through the void was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Only Saint Realm experts like Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Xingxing dared to travel through the void. Of course, even Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others did not dare to be careless when tearing through the void. Tearing through the void was similar to traveling through a spatial wormhole. Although a spatial wormhole was fast, it was not as fast as tearing through the void. However, since a spatial wormhole was opened by an expert, it had already stabilized the space at a certain level. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to discover anything unexpected. However, tearing through the void was not the same. In the process of tearing through the void, wherever one passed, it could cause the void to collapse at any time. Whoosh whoosh, in the void, Du Xiaofu's figure broke through the void, his body wrapped in golden light. His primordial spirit followed the imprint of his master, the weapon sovereign, which he had found with the 3,000 jolting lightning. Du Xiaofu needed to rescue his master by surprise so that the demon emperor would not be prepared. Therefore, he moved at full speed. The void was originally silent, but wherever Du Xiaofu and the others passed, the void surged, storms swept, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread. There was a fatal danger of the void collapsing at any time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, the old monster green fox, and the others followed Du Xiaofu through the void with ear-piercing wind-breaking sounds. They followed Du Xiaofu and dashed forward like lightning. The spatial fluctuations they stirred up along the way formed many spatial storms behind them. We're here. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's figure stood in the void. His primordial spirit followed the aura of his master, the venerable weapon. Now that he had the exact coordinates, he finally arrived at the destination. Let's end the battle quickly and prioritize saving people. Don't get entangled. Du Xiaojing's clear eyes blinked. Along the way, she had learned the purpose of this trip from Du Xiaofu. With a flick of her wrist, she waved at the empty space in front of her. A pitch-black spatial crack immediately appeared. Light flashed under her feet, and a graceful figure directly rushed out from the void. We'll take care of everything else. Your priority is to save your master. Du Tingxian said to Du Xiaofu, and then he followed closely behind Du Xiaojing. Let's go. The auras of Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, and the old monster green fox surged as they broke through the void. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the depths of Du Xiaofu's determined eyes. Without any hesitation, he followed closely behind them. When Du Xiaofu rushed out and floated in the air, the pitch-black spatial crack behind him also slowly disappeared. At this moment, a huge hall appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, lying on several towering mountains. In front of such a huge hall, the 10,000-meter-long giant beast looked extremely small. The mountain peak and the giant hall seemed to have fused into one. Strange runes filled the air, dusky space, and dense demonic qi. Even with everyone's current cultivation, they could not help but feel extremely uncomfortable in this strange space. If it was someone with a lower cultivation level, they would not dare to stay in this space. This is the place. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly and looked at the huge hall. When he appeared here, he felt the familiar aura of his master's 3,000 jolting thunder. Following the appearance of several figures, the devil qi in the giant hall below surged. The giant's scarlet eyes were like blood moons descending from the sky. Several demonic beasts appeared, roaring ferociously at Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and the others. Devil qi billowed, and the stench of blood filled the air. "You're courting death." Little Xingxing let out a cold snort. He immediately waved his small fist and a golden flame immediately swept out. A high temperature spread apart in an instant. This high temperature and the golden flame were extremely destructive. They instantly collided with the bodies of the couple of demonic beasts. Sharp beast roars were immediately emitted as a couple of demonic beasts were turned into a rain of blood. "Who dares to trespass into the Demon King Palace? You're courting death." The sinister voice was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. Many figures flew out from the gigantic devil sovereign palace. All of them were evil spirit experts, exuding terrifying devil qi. Terrifying auras gushed forth from them. "Die!" The old monster green fox attacked, and a claw print tore through the void. Wherever the claw print passed, the space was distorted. Rip! Several evil spirit experts were directly torn apart, and turned into monstrous demon qi. "Everyone, be careful." As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, golden light rippled in his eyes, and the soles of his feet rippled. He immediately rushed toward the huge Demon King Palace. The void trembled, and the demon beasts and evil spirit experts in the Demon King Palace rushed out. However, before they could get close to Du Xiaofu, they exploded in the void. Du Xiaofu did not stop and rushed straight into the Demon King Palace. Saving his master was the most important thing. Bang, 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 outside the Demon King Palace, Du Tingxian, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, the old monster green fox, and Du Xiaojing had already made their moves. Although these demon beasts and evil spirit experts were terrifying and incomparably powerful, they were no match for the current saint stage experts such as Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, and Little Xingxing. In an instant, they collapsed. Rumble, the earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the mountains swayed. Under the attacks of Du Xiaoyao and the other saint stage experts, the huge Demon King Palace also trembled. Whoosh! Inside the Devil Sovereign Palace, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had already been here once. At this moment, he didn't stop at all. His figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and the evil spirit experts and demonic beasts along the way didn't even have time to react. TSK, you've come much faster than I expected. You're really brave." Suddenly, such a voice reverberated in the Demon King Palace. The void in front of him distorted, and demon qi filled the sky. A demon qi claw print seemed to have crossed the void, and wherever it passed, the space distorted as it came down on Du Xiaofu. "If you don't have the guts, then don't come. Today, your devil religion will pay the price." Although Du Xiaofu was moving quickly, he was not careless. He immediately stopped, and his eyes darkened. A terrifying and domineering aura suddenly swept out from his body. Chapter 22:31. At the same time, purple lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Roar! A domineering aura swept out with the roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of an elephant. Du Xiaofu's fist, infused with the power of lightning, immediately slammed heavily against the demonic claw. Boom, the two forces collided and the surrounding space immediately shattered with a boom. As space collapsed, the hall collapsed. Boulders rolled down as the earth quaked. Rumble, in an instant, the entire Demon King's hall collapsed. A large number of boulders and palaces fell. Energy surged into the sky as space shattered. Chi-la-la, Du Xiaofu was blown away by the demonic claw in the collapsing Demon King's hall. Humph. Inside the collapsed Devil Emperor Palace, a cold and gloomy snort sounded. Following the falling boulders and the collapsing Devil Emperor Palace, spatial turbulence seemed to explode. A figure flashed out from within, wrapped in devil chi. His body was covered in a strange black devil chi armor. Du Xiaofu halted his retreat. His eyes immediately sank when he saw the figure that had appeared. It was the Jiu Demon Emperor of the Devil religion. How could Du Xiaofu forget? The person who had attacked earlier was naturally the Jiu Demon Emperor as well. Judging from the earlier exchange, Du Xiaofu could not help but frown. This Nine-Demon Emperor had recovered too much. If not for the fact that his fleshly body and primordial spirit were impervious to the demonic aura, he would have died just now. You sure came quickly. The Jiu Demon Emperor's young face darkened when he shot out from the collapsing Demon King's hall. He shook his arms and a monstrous demonic aura immediately swept out. He stared at Du Xiaofu coldly and said, "There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Kid, today will be the death anniversary of your master and disciple." Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood in his body. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the Jiu Demon Emperor. He raised his eyebrows and his resolute face immediately darkened. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "I'm afraid you're not enough. It's the Jiu Demon Emperor. End this quickly. Kill." At the same time, the Jiu Demon Emperor's appearance and shocking actions immediately attracted the attention of little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaojing below the Demon King's hall. Let's deal with the Jiu Demon Emperor together. Du Xiao, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Green Fox, and little Xingxing, the Green Fox monster, and little, and Xingxing. Space shattered space, the space, the space, the space, the space, the space, and evil demons, and demonic monsters and Xingxing as space. After that, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, and several other figures shot out in a straight line, intending to help Du Xiaofu. Are you relying on them? The Jiu Demon Emperor looked at Du Tingxian and the others, who were rushing over from below the Demon King's hall at lightning speed. The Jiu Demon Emperor sneered and said in a sinister tone, "The whole family is here. There's also that strange dragon and the red-bone horse monkey. What an unexpected harvest. Unfortunately, it's far from enough." As he spoke, the Jiu Demon Emperor formed a strange handprint in his hand. The huge Demon King's hall trembled incessantly. Several towering dark mountains seemed to come alive in an instant. Strange mysterious runes covered the mountains and several waves of demonic aura soared into the sky. In an instant, they moved horizontally and rotated together, blocking Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others who were about to rush up. A woo, rumble, ghosts wailed and gods howled. The earth shook and the mountains shook. In a short moment, monstrous demonic aura gathered from the sky. It seemed endless. Darkness descended. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Black lightning filled the void. It was as if the door to hell had been opened. The ferocious demonic shadow appeared. Other than the huge Demon King's hall above, the surroundings had turned into a demonic domain. The space was isolated and enveloped Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, and the others. It was as if they were pulled into the demonic domain. The vast demonic aura surged, causing Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble. Looking at the sudden change, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. The Jiu Demon Emperor had indeed prepared for this. This was a terrifying formation. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit Red Horse Monkey could sense that this was far from an ordinary formation. Even Lord Demon God didn't turn you into ashes. I have to say that you're really lucky. Unfortunately, you're still courting death. Once I'm done with you, the Redbone Horse Monkey and the Strange Dragon will be almost done. Now, your only trump card should be the Fire Lightning Seed. Seeing that the monstrous demonic aura formation had trapped Du Tingxian and the others, the Jiu Demon Emperor stared coldly at Du Xiaofu and said coldly, Fire Lightning Seed, I can feel your aura. Since you're here, why are you hiding? Humph, you're really bold, Jiu Demon Emperor. A thunderous laughter rang out. From Du Xiaofu's forehead, the Fire Lightning Seed's figure flew out. As the space rippled, scarlet-blue flame arcs seeped out from the surrounding void. The blazing aura of destruction quietly spread across the sky. Fire Lightning Seed. The Jiu Demon Emperor wasn't surprised at all when he saw the Fire Lightning Seed. It was as if everything was within his expectations. He also knew that the Fire Lightning Seed didn't come with good intentions. The demonic aura on his body rose sharply as he stared at the Fire Lightning Seed. You want to stop me with just you? Let the Great Demon Emperor come. You're not enough. The Fire Lightning Seed's voice was accompanied by coldness. Scarlet-blue flame arcs fluctuated. His long scarlet-red hair looked real and illusory. His body was like a Mithraea. The Jiu Demon Emperor must have notified the other Demon Emperors. Let's end this quickly. I have no problem stopping this Demon Emperor. You go and save your master first. At the same time, the Fire Lightning Seed's voice fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. Fire Lightning Seed, do you really think it's still the same as before? The one you followed is already dead. You still dare to go against us? Do you really want to die? The Jiu Demon Emperor's face was gloomy. He stared at the Fire Lightning Seed coldly, but there was also some fear in his eyes. You're stalling for time and waiting for the others to come. Then I'll deal with you first. The Fire Lightning Seed's face sank. He waved his arm and a scarlet-blue energy fluctuation surged out from his palm. It was filled with a vast aura, as if it came from ancient times. He immediately slapped the Jiu Demon Emperor. Fire Lightning Seed, it's not your turn to be arrogant here. The Jiu Demon Emperor's face was gloomy as he took a step forward. Demonic aura leaked out from his black armor. The demonic aura in his body was monstrous. He also threw out a punch. In front of his fist, a large area of the void shattered silently. Bang! Bang! The palm and fist collided. It was as though two meteorites had collided together. A low and deep sonic boom suddenly resounded at the point of collision, deafening everyone's ears. The demonic aura was monstrous. Scarlet-blue lightning spread out, shattering the space and drowning the void. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at the huge palace in front of him. There was a familiar aura fluctuating there. It was the place where his master was imprisoned. Chapter 2232. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth as he looked at the strange array. With the strength of Du Xiaoyao, his sister Du Tingxian, little Xingxing and the rest, it would be difficult for the array to do anything to them. Swoosh, Du Xiaofu's figure was like lightning as he rushed towards the main palace. Saving his master was more important. When the 9 Demon Emperor saw Du Xiaofu rushing towards the main palace, he did not stop him. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said to Huolei Zi, do you really think that I am afraid of you? An indifferent and gloomy voice came from the 9 Demon Emperor's mouth as demonic aura surged and gathered around his body. It was as if he had transformed into a huge demonic shadow. As the demonic aura surged, a palm print was pushed out. The space seemed to have been torn apart as a huge demonic seal condensed and slammed towards Wuxia. This terrifying demonic seal caused the void to tremble violently, and a strange invisible force seeped out, penetrating through every orifice. Walala, a large area of space was silently shattered in an instant, causing one's hair to stand on end. It won't be a problem to deal with 10 of you. Wuxia's voice was ancient and melodious. Red-blue flames descended from the sky around his body. The energy resonated with the heavens and the earth, giving off an ancient and desolate aura of destruction. Within the mysterious red-blue flames, the vast and mighty energy formed a stormy wave as it swept towards the former's demonic seal. Chi-la-la, the red-blue flames contained the power to destroy all living things. There seemed to be a faint sound of thunder accompanying it. Under this terrifying power, the demonic seal shattered inch by inch. Humph! The nine-demon emperor seemed to have suffered a loss as he coldly snorted. His huge body was covered in demonic light as his eyes were pitch black like black holes. The surrounding energy of the heavens and the earth became chaotic due to the demonic aura. Without stopping, waves of strange black ripples spread out from his huge body, shaking the space as they swept towards Wuxia. Bang 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 bang, Awu, not far away, the strange demonic aura array kept exploding. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Ghosts cried and gods howled. A large area of the world was distorted as the array shook. However, above this array, the strange demonic aura and black talisman runes covered it as if it was connected to the 9 nether hell. Endless demonic aura and evil chi rushed down as if it was indestructible. Swoosh, Du Xiaofu editor, Chrissy, Wuxia arrived at the huge main palace. At this moment, the main hall was still in perfect condition. Strange black runes covered the entire hall densely. Demonic chi floated in the surroundings, and a deep and dark passage extended into the hall. Du Xiaofu slowed is Du. Everything was the same as when Du Xiaofu's original soul entered. Inside the hall, there were faint flashes of light. Enormous stone pillars densely covered both sides of the passageway, and they were inscribed with sinister demonic beasts and strange talisman markings, causing one to tremble for no reason. There was the main nnn the big, rumble, outside the main hall, rumbling sounds could be heard continuously, causing the main hall to shake continuously. In just a few breaths, Du Xiaofu's figure had already arrived in a huge, dim hall. The hall was vast, and it stood on the peak of a towering mountain. Just like what his primordial spirit had seen earlier, Du Xiaofu immediately saw his venerable weapon master, who was bound by a weird black talisman chain on the stone pillar. On the stone pillar, the commotion outside had already alerted Xiahou Fenglei, the weapon venerate. The venerable weapon's face, which was covered by his messy long hair, was solemn as he listened to the rumbling sounds of energy explosions. Xiaofu is my disciple. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the hall, Xiahou Fenglei, the venerable equipment master, who was tied up on the stone pillar, had flame runes dancing in the depths of his turbid and dim eyes. Joy appeared on his face, but he was also incomparably worried. His expression instantly became complicated, and a hoarse voice came out from the depths of his throat, "You child, you shouldn't have come to take risks." Looking at the familiar figure of his disciple, Xiahou Fenglei was happy that he had not misjudged him and had taken in a good disciple. He was even happier that his disciple had achieved so much in such a short period of time and was able to break into this place so quickly. It was enough to show how strong his disciple was. But at the same time, the weapon venerate was solemn and deeply worried. The weapon venerate knew very well how difficult it was to break into this place. With the super experts of the devil religion guarding it, it was even more difficult to break through than a dragon's pool, a tiger's den, a mountain of blades, and a sea of flames. The devil religion had kept him alive not only to obtain everything they wanted, but also to lure his disciple here. This was definitely not a good place. How can I not come when Master is suffering? I will take Master away now. When he saw the old figure, who was bound on the stone pillar and wrapped in blazing flames and arcs of lightning, with his long black hair messily draped over his shoulders, Du Xiaofu's heart could not help but tremble. His nose was sour, and he immediately rushed forward. But it was also at this moment that Du Xiaofu's figure, which had just appeared, suddenly stopped. His eyes looked at the three figures entrenched around the stone pillar. In this vast hall, the three figures were currently sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were shrouded in dense demonic aura, and they surrounded the stone pillar. Demonic aura fluctuated, and their faces were expressionless, as if they were demonized stone statues. Du Xiaofu had noticed these three figures sitting cross-legged not long ago when his Yuan spirit came here, but he did not pay much attention to them. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled as he looked at these demonized stone statues, and the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. What caused the corners of Du Xiaofu's eyes and heart to twitch at the same time was not only the strange demonic aura around these three figures, but also the fact that although their faces were hazy, they gave Du Xiaofu a sense of familiarity. Chi, in a short moment, as Du Xiaofu approached, three pairs of eyes on the expressionless faces of the three figures, who were sitting calmly like demonized stone statues, opened at the same time. 6 streams of demonic aura shot out like pitch-black lightning. The three figures also emitted a low, ka-ka sound of bones rubbing against each other. The three figures stood up together, and their bodies flashed. The three figures were like 3 straight javelins, and they instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The three figures were shrouded in demonic aura, and 6 pairs of eyes were like black lightning. Their empty eyes were indifferent and filled with killing intent, and their gazes were merciless. Qi La, the demonic aura fluctuated, and the aura was vast and intimidating. The three figures did not stop for a moment. Like black lightning, they instantly brought about a fierce and terrifying killing intent, and swept towards Du Xiaofu at the same time. The 3 streams of demonic aura and killing intent were endless, and they shattered the void. They were extremely powerful. Xiaofu, have mercy. At the same time, the voice of the weapon sovereign sounded in Du Xiaofu's ears. Chapter 2233. Du Xiaofu listened to his master, the revered weapon master's shout. Golden light surged in his hands, and as if he had flicked his sleeves, the golden light surged. Vaguely, there seemed to be a golden-winged rock crossing the void. It was overbearing and fierce, and instantly, the three figures were forced to retreat. Although the three figures were strong, they were not much of a threat to Du Xiaofu with his current cultivation. Thud. 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 When the three figures were pushed back, they hit the stone pillars at the edge of the hall. The stone pillars that were covered with mysterious runes swayed, and the hall trembled. Du Xiaofu's gaze was also fixed on the three figures as he trembled inwardly. Although the three figures who had just attacked were filled with demonic qi, Du Xiaofu could still sense a familiar aura from them. The three figures staggered back, and the devil qi on their bodies dissipated. 6 eyes looked at Du Xiaofu, and the devil qi became more and more terrifying. His expression was cold and emotionless. At this moment, Du Xiaofu carefully looked at the three figures in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes trembled as if he was struck by lightning. At the same time, his primordial spirit rippled through the devil qi. Under the devil qi, Du Xiaofu recognized the 3 familiar figures. Rumble, the devil qi surged, and the hall trembled. The 3 figures that were pushed back just now attacked again. The 3 attacks intertwined, and the devil qi filled the sky. They swept towards Du Xiaofu again like lightning. Whoosh, Du Xiaofu's figure floated out from the 3 intertwined devil qi attacks. He turned and looked at the 3 figures. His voice trembled as he shouted, "Eldest senior uncle, 5th senior uncle, 7th senior uncle." How could Du Xiaofu forget these 3 figures that were shrouded in devil qi? They were eldest senior uncle Quan Zun, 5th senior uncle 9 Lives Sovereign Gmo, and 7th senior uncle Qian Xing, who had disappeared when the 7-star hall was destroyed. Back then, when the 7-star hall was annihilated, many elders, senior brothers, and junior brothers were killed, and blood flowed like a river. 5th Marshal Uncle 9 Lives Venerable GMO helped him and little Xingxing escape with the help of his Space Marshal Vane. Du Xiaofu had never forgotten that scene, and it was still vivid in his mind. Later on, there were rumors that eldest senior uncle revered Kuang and 5th senior uncle Venerable GMO had fallen into the hands of the devil religion. 7th senior uncle Venerable Qian Xing's whereabouts were unknown and might have escaped. Du Xiaofu had been asking the Moon Shadow Hall to search for clues and information but to no avail. He did not expect that 7th senior uncle Venerable Qian Xing had also fallen into the hands of the devil religion. However, when they heard Du Xiaofu's hoarse shout, the 3 figures turned around, but they did not move at all. Their eyes were still empty, cold, and merciless. Xiaofu, your senior uncle and junior uncle have been controlled by the devil religion. Their primordial spirits have been corroded by the devil qi, and they have lost their sense of self, Xiahou Fenglei said with a solemn and angry expression. He knew the consequences of devil qi corroding the primordial spirits. Rumble, in an instant, the 3 figures pounced again. Deep in their empty eyes, a blood-red color appeared. Their aura rose to the peak as they activated 3 martial veins. In the vast hall, 3 streams of devil qi were connected invisibly. The combined attack of the 3 was probably enough to deal with a half-saint. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly, but it was not because of the power of his eldest senior uncle and the other 2. Even if they were true Sage Realm experts, Du Xiaofu would not be too concerned about them, let alone these 3 that could only contend against half-saints. Du Xiaofu frowned. He was worried that his eldest senior uncle and the other 2's primordial spirits had been corroded by the devil qi, and he was unable to harm them. He was even more worried that his senior uncle and the other 2's primordial spirits had been corroded by the devil qi, and the consequences would be too severe. Rumble, the 3 attacks shook the hall and instantly engulfed Du Xiaofu. The power of the 3 martial veins was vast and mighty, especially Ji Mo's Space Martial Vein, which was able to affect space differently. When the attacks arrived in front of him, the golden light in Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled. In an instant, a golden light shone from his body, and a vast and domineering aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Screech, the golden light exploded like the sun, and the cry of a rock that could pierce through clouds and shatter stone resounded. Amidst the golden light, golden runes and mysterious runes appeared, and it looked as though the phantom of a golden-winged rock was flapping its wings as it soared into the sky. The power of the attack instantly destroyed the devil qi and suppressed Kuang Zun, 9 Lives Sage, and Sage Qian Xing. Du Xiaofu forcibly suppressed the 3 of them with brute force. Senior uncles and senior uncles, this disciple is sorry. At the same time, Du Xiaofu lightly shouted and formed a seal with his hands. A silver-gold light rippled from his forehead, and 3 resplendent silver-gold lights with arcs of electricity instantly shot into the 3's foreheads. As the 3 silver-gold lights entered their bodies, the 3's emotionless eyes suddenly closed, and the devil qi around their bodies seemed to have been dispelled. In the short span of 2 breaths, the 3 pairs of eyes that had been tightly closed opened again. Although there was a sense of loss in the depths of their emotionless eyes, they began to show signs of emotion. When they saw Du Xiaofu in front of them, the 6 pairs of eyes simultaneously changed in surprise and disbelief. Xiaofu, Kuang Zun, 9 Lives Sage, Gmo Ming Chen, and Sage Qian Xing were very surprised. Xiaofu, watch out! At this moment, the weapon sovereign Xiahou Fenglei's urgent shout rang out once again. Demonic qi silently gushed out from the hall as a giant pitch-black hand smashed through space like a bolt of black lightning, instantly appearing behind Du Xiaofu. Humph! Du Xiaofu had already felt the movement behind him. His face darkened. He turned around at lightning speed and waved his right arm. A domineering aura swept out in an instant. He punched at the huge demon chi handprint. Boom! Golden light exploded, and the sound of dragons and elephants trumpeting reverberated throughout the hall. The muffled sound was like thunder. The two instantly collided, and the golden light and devil chi rolled back at the same time, leaving behind many pitch-black spatial cracks in the hall. Quan Zun, 9 Lives Sage, and Sage Qian Xing, who had just recovered some of their senses, trembled and staggered back. Peng peng peng, the power was too terrifying, and the hall shook violently. Even with the strange reinforcement force, it finally couldn't withstand the huge impact and began to crack before exploding with a rumbling sound. Rumble, along with the collapse of the mountain, huge rocks rolled down, and energy blasted out in all directions. However, the stone pillar imprisoning weapon Sovereign Xiahou Feng Lei was as stable as a rock and didn't shatter. The strange black talisman runes were still running through Xiahou Feng Lei's forehead like a devil chain, and energy rippled, surrounded by blazing flames and lightning. The stone pillar stood at the peak of the mountain, and the vast hall around it collapsed into ruins, but it was still intact. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.